Ways and Means Committee, we're back in session for City Council Ordinance 23-0381, Ordinance of Estimates for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Mayor Costello, Councilman from the 11th District, Chair of the Committee. To my left, Councilman Mark Conway, 4th District, Councilman Chris Burnett, Member of the Committee, 8th District, Councilman Z. Cohen, 1st District, Councilman Ryan Dorsey, 3rd District, Member of the Committee. To my right, Councilwoman Felicia Porter, 10th District, Council Vice President Sharon Green Middleton, 6th District, Member of the Committee, Councilwoman Danny McCray, 2nd District, Member of the Committee. To my immediate right is Marguerite Curran, staff to the committee. We're also joined by members of Mayor Brandon Scott's office as well as Council President Nick Mosby's office. And we're here tonight for Baltimore Police Department. A couple of quick housekeeping rules. Media folks, you're good where you are. Please don't block the aisle at any point. If you have a cell phone on, please turn it to off, vibrate, silent, or some other setting that does not make noise. For the folks testifying, we have these new microphones. There are 2 buttons on the bottom. The one on the right looks like a little Lego character with a Wi-Fi symbol coming out of their ear. You're going to want to press that one. That enables you to speak. The base will turn red and the ring will turn red. When you're done speaking, please turn these off. They will pick up breathing, sighing, sneezing, all that good stuff. You want to be about a hand length away from the microphone. I'm going to inevitably politely interrupt someone during the hearing. It's happened every single hearing so far. Everyone good with all of that? Any questions? Great. Commissioner, how many slides do you have in your deck? 14 slides. How much time do you anticipate needing for your presentation? Okay. Any introduction statements or 25 minutes total is good? Great. Good, 25 minutes? Okay, great. And then Commissioner, before you get started, if you could please introduce the members of your senior team here that are going to be testifying. If there's anyone who is with you who's not sitting at one of the council member chairs, if they need to testify, they can come and sit at one of the chairs with a mic, or they can come up to the lectern. If you could introduce everyone, first and last name and position title, please, and then take it away. And we've also been joined by Councilwoman Odette Ramos, 14th District. Oh, and you can sit if you want. We've been doing that this season, but you can also stand. As they say, the choice is yours.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Chairman Costello, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and members of the council and those watching from home. Thank you for having us join you tonight to discuss the fiscal year 24 budget allocation. With me tonight are members of my executive team who I'll briefly introduce. We have Deputy Commissioner Cherie Briscoe, Deputy Commissioner Eric Melanson, Deputy Commissioner Brian Nadeau, Deputy Commissioner Richard Worley, Chief of Staff Michelle Werksberger, Deputy Chief of Staff Andy Smullian, our Chief Financial Officer Shala Graham. We have Chief of Patrol Kevin Jones, Lieutenant Colonel Jack Herzog, Lieutenant Colonel Mark Howe, Lieutenant Colonel Jason Callahan, Chief Raina Delarocco of our Crime Lab, Chief Derek Kenton, who's our Chief Technology Officer, Communications Director Lindsay Eldridge, Government Affairs Director Erin Murphy, Director of Equity Leslie Parker Blyther, Managing Director Graham Campbell, Chief of Legal Affairs Justin Conroy, Director Sorolla Fesi Diaz, Legislative Coordinator Shannon Conway. In the past year, the Baltimore Police Department has made important strides toward truly becoming the first-class police department the residents of Baltimore deserve and that you, the elected officials, want and expect. I am so incredibly proud of the members of the Baltimore Police Department, and you should be too. I have been in law enforcement for 32 years, and I can tell you that the men and women of the BPD, both sworn and professional members, they are very special. They are brave. They are resilient. They are hardworking, and they are truly committed to Baltimore. It is my honor to work with them every day, and I greatly appreciate all of their hard work over the last year. During the course of tonight's hearing, we will look forward to talking with you about the department's many accomplishments that were highlighted in the 4-year review of the Crime Reduction and Department Transformational Plan Review that was recently released. All of our efforts have focused on a few important priorities, such as leveraging an improved relationship with our residents to successfully utilize a community-based approach to crime reduction, investing in our personnel with world-class training and capital improvements, such as new cars and state-of-the-art technology, employing a trauma-informed and victim-focused approach that allows victims to feel supported by our officers, reforming BPD's culture through implementation of the consent decree while simultaneously reducing the city's crime rate. Excuse me. I know some of our members are watching at home, and I would like to take just a moment to directly acknowledge their hard work. To the men and women who put on the uniform and bravely face those who wish to commit heinous crimes and do harm to others, thank you. Thank you for embracing a new culture that leans into transparency and accountability while embracing our residents as co-collaborators of our public strategy. It is because of their efforts that we have been able to reduce the homicide rate by 17.2%, reduce the non-fatal shooting rate by 7.8%, reduce carjackings by 21%. Even with significant staffing shortages, they have removed 737 illegal guns from the street, made 702 CDS arrests, controlled dangerous substance arrests, seized 83 illegal dirt bikes and ATVs. To our professional staff who've allowed us to leverage your education, experience, and expertise in technology, data analysis, forensic science, education, purchasing, and a whole host of other disciplines to become more efficient, more effective, and reliable. Thank you. It is their efforts that have allowed us to accomplish so much, including beginning to lay out the groundwork for implementation of a new early intervention system, which will enable us to better monitor officer behavior to prevent misconduct and improve performance and improper uses of force. Deploying 140 brand new patrol vehicles throughout the city to increase visibility and enhance morale, with 160 more in the queue to come. Establishing new police district boundaries for the first time in over 50 years, ensuring that each district has an equal workload and equitable amount of resources. Employing a multi-layered package of recruitment incentives that includes signing and referral bonuses, as well as housing and educational incentives. To be recognized as the #8 among crime labs in the nation for NIBIN acquisitions. While we've made a great deal of progress over the last year on many fronts, especially in crime and violent crime in particular, I do not want to be misinterpreted, so let me be perfectly clear. We are not taking a victory lap. We are not declaring mission accomplished. We're not breaking our hands by patting ourselves on the back. However, we are very encouraged that the crime trends continue on a downward trajectory and that the department is on a much better path. We're highlighting the great work of our officers who have gotten us to this point. We're pushing forward every day to build upon the areas where we are making progress so we can achieve further gains, and we are assessing areas where we may be deficient and seeing what may be done differently. So I want to thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present before you. My executive team and I stand ready to answer your questions, and we are excited to talk to you about how, over the last year, we've seen and have come closer to becoming the greatest comeback story in America. With that, I want to hand it off to the remainder of the presentation to Deputy Commissioner Briscoe, but before I do, I want to answer a question that many have been speculating about, and let me be very clear. I am not going to Washington, D.C. I get calls all the time from across the country offering me invitations and gauging my interest in police chief jobs. I have said no to all of them. I am not going to Washington, D.C. And I hope that closes and is specific enough so somebody doesn't have to go hire an analyst to assess how I answered the question. And if you didn't hear me the first 2 times, I am not going to Washington, D.C. With that, I will turn it over to Deputy Briscoe.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council, for the opportunity to present before you tonight. I will briefly go through each of our slides with the aim of providing context and transparency for each of our budget services. And if you would, please go to slide 5, starting with the Administrative Bureau. To begin with the Bureau I currently oversee, the Administrative Bureau includes Human Resources, Fiscal Services, health and wellness. It also includes recruitment and crime lab. Given their specialized nature, the latter two are represented in their own services later in the slides. In addition to the general funded activities, the $101 million budget, of which 40% is grant funded, is inclusive of many grants the department has recently received. Overall, the efficient, effective, and equitable allocation of resources across the department is the mission of the Administrative Bureau. While this year's and past year's budget have not included performance measures, going forward, we are working with OPI on data that will hold us accountable to our mission. Next slide. The Police Patrol Bureau oversees the work across all 9 districts to respond to calls for services, conduct investigations, and proactively engage with our communities. This service budget remains flat with no significant change in funds, with 1,609 authorized positions. As the Commissioner discussed, a key focus for the department has been increasing time spent on proactivity and community policing efforts. To maintain these positive trends, we will continue to focus on effectively using existing resources while also incorporating new approaches and innovative management systems. For example, the department has been investing in new approaches to personnel support needed to sustain this work. This includes the filling of 5 professional positions awarded in last year's budget cycle to create a unit in the Chief of Patrol's office that will help implement community policing efforts. We have realigned positions to create equity across all 9 districts, as does redistricting. As you see, a theme throughout our budget slides is the challenge of vacancies, while BPD is working hard to overcome these national and local challenges, which I look forward to touching on a bit more further in our recruitment service. Next slide. Criminal Investigation Division. The Criminal Investigation Division Service is responsible for the investigations of serious crimes across the city. The budget increased slightly at $3.5 million or 5% and funds 412 authorized positions. For vacancy savings in the context of CID, this translates into higher caseloads for our detectives while they continue to remain close to national averages for case clearance rates. As you see on this slide and several other services, various positions were realigned to support additional victim services coordination that has been placed in CID. These positions will support the expansion of our existing unit that supports homicides, non-fatal shootings, and other victim crimes. Next slide, please. Data-driven strategies is responsible for the data and performance management of the organization. This includes managing various activities to include our ComStat 360 process, tracking and sharing criminal intelligence, conducting district-level crime analysis, just to name a few. This budget has increased by $3.4 million, or 26%, and funds 70 positions, and this is due to the realignment of building security and ShotSpotter. Additionally, the new positions created in this service will allow for improved supervision and managerial structure within DDSD and provides additional analytical capabilities that will be needed to ensure all districts have adequate analytical supports. These analytical positions are critical for effectively directing and informing all of our activities, personnel, and operations. Next slide, please. The Public Integrity Bureau investigates claims of police misconduct. This budget remained flat with no significant change and funds 91 positions. Ensuring adequate staffing for this service has been a priority of the agency. This is one of the places where adding the civilian investigator position will positively impact outcomes and the goals of the department. Also noted on this slide, and several others, the movement of contractual positions is part of the department-wide review of more efficiently managing the allocation of those contractual funds. Next slide, please. The recruitment section. This budget remains flat with no significant change in funds to the 204 positions. The budget is also includes the new recruits at the academy, and there are 173 positions. As I mentioned earlier, our recruitment section is focused on overcoming national, state, and local challenges regarding recruitment in public service. We are approaching this challenge from all angles, to include reviewing our hiring process to understand where we are losing our people, increasing our incentives, which is included in the grant section and not this budget, investing in our marketing campaign, speeding up our process through the background, and also applying to grants such as NAWLI to support our 30 by 30 goals as we focus on getting 30% of the workforce for law enforcement female or women by the year 2030. I'd be glad to provide more details on these initiatives during our conversation. Next slide, please. Crime Lab and Evidence Control. This service houses highly skilled and nationally accredited scientific functions that use cutting-edge technology and techniques to support the mission of the agency. This budget remains flat with no significant change and funds 162 positions. Several laboratory sections made significant headway in reducing their backlogs, which aided in reducing the number of days needed to eradicate the lab-wide backlog. The laboratory has also continuously adjusted workflows to enhance work efficiency. Next slide. The Compliance Bureau is responsible for managing all aspects of the agency to ensure compliance with our federal consent decree. This budget increased by $30 million, or predominantly from the move of communications and central records to this service, and funds 331 positions. Once again, BPD reorganized the department to include the communication section, record management section, which make up the vast majority of the additional 189 positions that were added to this service as of FY2024. This was done to better align the department resources to prioritize the assessment phase of the consent decree and to enhance our ability to implement smart policing strategies to divert workload and free up our officers for more proactive engagements with community. The work of Compliance Bureau personnel has made significant impact. As of the end of last year, 86.1% of the consent decree paragraphs are on track or at least initially compliant. Next slide. Our Special Operations section includes our best tactically trained and proficient officers who are prepared to support the most challenging incidents. This budget decreased by $4.5 million due to realignments of the traffic functions to patrol support and funds 104 positions. This service includes our SWAT team, who is responsible for responding to and managing high-risk incidents and scenes with specialized training and tactics. It also includes the Mobile Metro Unit, who provides supplemental support to patrol districts with the mission to mitigate and prevent crime citywide. And our last slide. Our patrol support services. Our last budget service includes managing the police personnel needs for special events, staffing juvenile booking, citywide traffic management, and accident investigations. Given the reorganization discussed with the Compliance Bureau, this budget service has decreased by $16 million in this budget cycle due to the realignment of communications and records management. And that, Mr. Chairman, concludes my presentation, and we welcome at this juncture your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. We've been joined by Council President Nick Mosby, Councilwoman Odette Ramos, 14th District. Did I miss anyone? Okay, excellent. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and your top brass. I guess I'll just jump into vacancies. Given the number of vacancies and limited capacity at BPD, obviously this has been an ongoing theme, not just with this administration, but for quite some time. It lasts far before George Floyd or even Freddie Gray. The idea that now we're going after and starting to do engagement on low-level citations that was introduced by the SAO, how does that, how will that affect violent crime? How will that affect officer response? How do you handle that just from a sheer capacity perspective?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. I don't know that there's a direct correlation to violent crime, but I will say, even with massive shortages and, at a crisis point, it still allows us to do a number of things. It allows the officer to have a tool on the tool belt to enforce what we have not been able to enforce for a long time. We're satisfying citizen complaints. When citizens complain about crimes that are quality of life offenses that are occurring in their neighborhoods, in front of their homes, crimes that maybe even elected members may call us to talk to us about as well. And so it gives the officer the tool to be able to enforce that. There are opportunities for individuals who are committing crime, number one, if they are in need of resources and are committing crimes out of some level of desperation, out of resources, that they could be given the resources once they are brought into what's going to be called citation court. However, every offense will not be a citation. The state's attorney and I worked out a systematic way and we helped to build policy and training for our officers on which offense require a warning or would warrant just a warning, which offense on first observation by an officer would require a citation, and which offenses would require a physical arrest. And so there are some instances where officers will be given warnings, some will give a citation. If necessary, it might require an arrest. But we've built policy together, rolled it out together, and we've waited until the state's attorney's office actually had the capacity to accept the cases once we begin enforcing. But it allows the officer the authority to be able to enforce what citizens are asking us to enforce, and in some cases demanding us to enforce. I don't think it hinders us because we're short. We're going to the calls anyway. We're still responding to the calls anyway. We just are doing a little something different.
Yeah, I guess the concern was there's only limited capacity, limited time, limited resources, limited personnel. I don't know, has there been a projection on what we expect to see as it relates to citations and just the amount of time that would potentially eat away from officers?
We do not have that yet. We haven't yet rolled it out.
Understood.
And we will be assessing that. We will have an audit function to audit how we do this and the efficacy of it and what we think we're gaining from it. But once again, every call that we respond to may not be a citation. It may just be a warning. And so we have given guidance on how to write the citations, how to give the warnings, how to document it all. And our audit team will be auditing to determine the efficacy of the program. So we don't know what's actually going to happen because we haven't yet started. I will say that there's not usually a direct correlation between those minor offenses and violent crime. So this is not a strategy to reduce violent crime. This is a strategy to reduce the complaints of those quality of life offenses.
Yeah, I was moving in the other direction. If it was going to exacerbate trying to fight violent crime because we're tied up with giving out citations.
I don't think it's going to further exacerbate it. Supervisors still have the discretion to be able to preempt officers, to direct them to if a violent crime is existing or if there's a problem that requires the officer's attention that supersedes the need for the officer to go to a call where it may be a very minor quality of life offense. Supervisors still have that authority and that autonomy to navigate that and redirect officers. When people call and we respond to it, this is a tool that we have now in our tool belt to enforce.
Are your officers able to give out a citation to an individual that's committed no other crime other than, say, like loitering? So a person standing in front of a store, if a police officer observes this, maybe gives them a warning to leave, they decide not to leave, at that point, would a citation be permissible?
I would say that in an instance where we gave a warning and the person did not heed the warning, I would say that at that level, it can graduate to the issuance of a citation, yes.
Okay. I just asked that question because I know in the consent decree 1018, constitutional enforcement, it says members may only enforce lesser offenses, whether by issuing a warning, issuing a citation, or making custodial arrest. We're consistent with Fourth Amendment requirements, i.e., when they have probable cause to believe that the person has committed or is committing a criminal infraction So I didn't know if that meant that they did not have the ability of doing that unless they had some probable cause to anticipate that the person was engaged in some other criminal activity.
Well, I get where you're going. The offense itself, I don't know that loitering would be one of the best examples because because of the way private property and public property and the person mere presence doesn't necessarily mean loitering or the violation of the loitering offense. There are certain criteria must be met to constitute what loitering is. But if the person is committing the criminal offense, even if it is a minor offense, yes, we can give a warning. And if a person does not heed the warning, the officer will be allowed and has the discretion to graduate to a citation.
Now, just last question off of this. If that warning occurs, person does not obey the officer's demand or question or concern, then now it's time for a citation. The individual does not have an identification. What happens?
Well, those are things that we're working on with our policy right now because we want to make sure we're giving the citation to the person who we know the person to be.
Yeah.
And so those are things that we give guidance. I'll ask Deputy Malone to jump in. He's helped craft the policy.
So, Council President, I think part of what we want to make sure of is, again, we have guidance already in existence for some of these with lesser offenses. Our policy 1018 that we've already have on book talks about that pathway, but we are going to be putting out guidance to our officers, again, refreshers. It's been a while since we've done some of these citations for some of our officers. Some of our officers are new and haven't had the experience of actually doing this. We want to make sure we give very clear guidance about that. There could be circumstances, depending on the individual, that member might be taken into custody, but that's very unlikely, and that's not, it's actually said in policy that those are rare instances when it comes to these lesser offenses. The goal is to ensure that the citation process can go forward, and to make sure that the officer is available, if necessary, to be able to provide information to the court as to their direct observations regarding the individual. But again, we understand and appreciate that identification and having it regularly in possession of a person may not always be the case, but we want to make sure that we're issuing the citation with the proper process and the proper policies in place.
What's the timeline on being able to definitively finish out the policy?
So we made the announcement this past week about our direction that we're going. We anticipate putting out guidance to our officers probably by the end of this week or early next week. We would usually give officers about a 5-day window to acknowledge the training that has been put out. And we're also working on the e-citations, or the e-learning, for the citations process. That'll go out as well in the coming weeks. And so the idea is to start slow, get to a good place, and then, again, audit the function to make sure that we're doing it correctly and to ensure that everything that's being done when it comes to citations can be met with the standard necessary by the state's attorney's office to effectively, bring that through the court system.
Well, I appreciate the work that you guys have done to date and the work that you'll continue to do to close out the policy and get it in front of the officers. I guess the concern is just ensuring that there is no ambiguity. The officer understands and knows. As council members, we're able to communicate to the community exactly how they should engage, what they should expect, because so much has been done over the past couple of years to start to rebuild trust in our communities, and we just don't want a policy where folks are on different pages to kind of upset that.
Absolutely, and again, I think our officers want that same, clarity.
It's only fair to the officers, exactly.
And what we'll do is once we finalize that, right now it's in review by the DOJ and the monitoring team as part of our normal process. Once it's finalized and once it's available, we can share it with you all so that you can share it with your constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if there's a way you guys come up with flyers or anything that we can kind of push out there when you formally roll it out, definitely interested in supporting that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, sir, and one thing, we want to make sure that we take care of this with roll call training, because a lot of our men and women have never written a citation. So it's something totally new for them. So we want to make sure that they're prepared and they know exactly what they're doing before we send them out to do it.
Yeah, and again, that just kind of goes back to my concern of a lot of new officers, new policy, in the middle of the summer where things start to heat up, and just want to make sure that we don't have an incident or incidents that take us back for all the hard work that has been happening over the past couple of years to rebuild trust with our communities.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, a couple quick housekeeping items. One, for BPD, we're going to do one question per member. We're going to cycle through in the following order, which I'm going to read in a moment, and then we will just continue to cycle through that until we've exhausted our questions. We're going to go to the President, members of the committee, the Chair of the Public Safety and Government Operation Committee, and then members by seniority, and then we will just continue to cycle back in that manner. Mr. Commissioner, when does your current contract with the City of Baltimore end?
March 12th of 24.
2024. Thank you. I want to ask the question a different way. I heard you loud and clear before and appreciate your statement. Do you plan on remaining an active and working employee of the City of Baltimore as the police commissioner throughout the end of the term of that contract?
Well, that's a conversation that the mayor and I have to have. And, I serve at the pleasure of the mayor. And that's a conversation that he and I have to have once he and I have fully vetted all the possibilities, what's expected from him, what he might expect from me. I think the two of us can be happy to give you that answer.
So I understand you're an at-will employee. You serve at the pleasure of the mayor, and you have a contractual agreement with the City of Baltimore, and that lays out the terms by which either party can separate from that agreement, correct?
Correct.
What I'm asking, and let me ask it again, do you, Commissioner Michael Harrison, do you, notwithstanding the mayor's position, plan on remaining an active and working employee of the City of Baltimore as police commissioner throughout the end of your contractual term?
I don't know that I can answer that question right now because I serve at the pleasure of the mayor, and I have to know where the mayor stands on that answer before I can actually answer that question. But once he and I can confer on it, I'll be more than happy to make you the first person I come back and explain it to.
I'm going to attempt to ask the question slightly different. Is it your intention to remain with the City of Baltimore as an active employee, as police commissioner, through the end of your contractual term, notwithstanding the mayor's position on this matter?
I will tell you that I have said no to many opportunities that have come, but there may be a consideration that I may have to consider. If it comes, if and when it comes, I may have to make that consideration.
I'm going to take a 5-minute recess. Commissioner, thank you for your response. We're now back in session. City Council Ordinance 23-0381, Ordinance of Estimates for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024. Thank you for your response, Mr. Commissioner. Council Vice President Middleton.
A nice segue back into things again. Thank you all for your service that you continue to do to this city. And I guess I'll start with this question. In light of the state legislation that goes into effect, I think July 1, as far as with the legalization of marijuana, can you kind of explain, have you had meetings, updates, and how you're going to, that's right around the corner, how is your department going to handle that?
Well, thank you. Yeah, we're aware of the change in the state law. That's part of our policy especially with marijuana and the quality of life offenses, to include possession of CDS, possession of marijuana. We're giving guidance on officers about the change in the law, the training, what constitutes a warning, what constitutes a citation, because in consultation with the state's attorney, there are certain offenses when persons caught with marijuana under or over a certain amount will constitute a citation. There are some instances where it still will require a physical arrest, especially if it's a person under the age the cutoff age or a person with a certain amount that constitutes possession with intention to distribute or distribution of it, not necessarily the simple possession. But we are, in our policy, giving guidance to officers about the change in the law and what's expected and how we go forward with it.
So is your office doing any outreach with that subject as far as, you know, what you just mentioned, arrests and so on? Are they, is any literature put together? Are you?
I don't know about any literature from the police department. I think there is some stuff that has been put out by the state, but we are addressing it in our commanders' meetings at the district level every single month at the CRC president's meetings, what's to come on July 1st when the change in law about the possession of marijuana. Go ahead.
And Council Vice President, so yes, we have begun the process of revising. There's 11 different policies that touch this issue internally, and when we start to circulate those to our department, we'll make sure to share them with your office as well. It's important for the public to know about the impacts of those changes. And we also do legal updates every year. Every time the legislature comes into session and there are changes in the law, we want to make sure that we're advising our officers about those changes. This was no different, and we've already begun drafting that legal update for our officers to review. And again, we can share that with your office and with the public overall.
And I bring that up because as you're continually working on building positive relationships between officer and residents, we need to know things way in advance. I mean, this goes along with your training of de-escalation and you know, the whole thing. So I'm hoping that there is a plan ready, especially for the month of July, by the month of July.
Absolutely, yes, we have that plan. It's beginning again to finalize its policy language that we're putting into place. Upon its finalization, we'll make sure it's distributed widely. Because you're right, it's very important for the folks out there to know what the posture change is with the law change, and we want our officers to know what are the pieces that they have to make sure that they're following to properly follow the new law in a way that makes sense.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman McCray. We've also been joined by Councilman Robert Stokes, 12th District member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, given the level of violence that we've seen thus far this year within the Northeastern District, does BPD have a summer crime enforcement strategy to slow down the pace of violence we are currently experiencing, again, specifically within the Northeast District? I say that noting that there was a peace mobile that was rolled out in the morning at Frankfurt and Sinclair, and then there was a shooting, literally at Frankfurt and Sinclair that same day.
Yes, ma'am. I'll team this up with Colonel Jones. We do have a plan because we also have redistricting occurring right around the same time. So the Northeast is going to change significantly once we move into the new districts. A lot of the problematic areas that they've had in the Northeast, the Chum, Bel Air, Edison, is all going to become part of the Eastern District. So we've got to balance our resources to move that around. We also have several citywide resources that we use. We have initiatives, East Side, West Side initiative, that we constantly move day to day depending on the previous day and even that day's deployment, that day's violence. So we move those over there. We also have mobile metro unit that the Chief of Patrol's office manages. That's mainly a traffic enforcement unit. We've moved them to the Northeast quite often along that Bel Air Road corridor and then also in Frankfurt and Sinclair. So we constantly maneuver resources. We're always working with Major Amy and Captain Mercado to move their resources and work together with the Chief of Patrol's office and any other agencies that we can get to come in there to help us out with maybe a federal investigation.
Thank you, and thanks for your response. I do know that you know that area well.
Yes, ma'am.
What I would like is to make is just a committee request that the city administrator and the police commissioner set up times over the next week for just to brief council members on the full strategy. For me, it's Northeast District. For them, it may be something different. on what an all-agency coordinated summer enforcement strategy actually looks like for the districts. Thank you.
Nate, you got that? Thank you. Councilman Stokes, and we've also been joined by Councilman Tony Glover, 13th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, how you doing? Commissioner, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you, sir?
We have been having a lot of ghost guns, illegal guns, and you know for a while you have that meltdown of guns when they go through that process, and you take the guns to another location, and I know one time you could, residents could do a background check and they can go see that meltdown of guns. Can you kind of give us an update on that, because it's been a little while? I don't know if all the council people were familiar with that, but I've been talking with your officers for a while and about this process, how they select those type of guns to be melted down, because we talk about a lot of guns out on the street, illegal guns. So can somebody share that with the
Absolutely. We periodically do meltdown of guns as, number one, we get them and they are adjudicated through the court system and are no longer considered evidence. And over a certain period of time, that's when we do that. But I'll let Chief Della Rocca further explain.
The little red one. Can you hear me now? Sorry. Hi, everyone. So the burns that we do, they are periodically, they're not scheduled regularly, but they're usually about every 6 months. They are vetted through our inspections. So there are a bunch of guns that are not evidentiary. They're ones that are mostly just found property or things that are not going to be used in court. And they do include ghost guns and every other type of gun. So we do have an off-site location in Pennsylvania. They don't like visitors. That's why there's no one allowed to come with us. But we do have a plan. There was recently a pulverizer approved for us, and we're going to be doing destructions. Once that's built and delivered to us, we'll be able to do destructions here in the city. And at that point, we will welcome visitors, but it is a long way away. At the moment, though, we are still doing the burns in the fashion that we do them.
Can you just give us a step-by-step how that process starts in terms of when they get to that last step, and then I guess you take them to Pennsylvania, and then that's when you do the meltdown?
So after the gun is dispositioned and we're allowed to mark it for destruction, it will go through a process with our internal inspections. They will make sure that the gun that is supposed to be destroyed is being destroyed. It goes into basically like a large hopper. And then they will also watch us when we are taking the guns. They'll come with us. So there's multiple steps along the way where inspections are watching what we do and making sure that the gun that we said is in that pile is actually in that pile. There's lots of checks and balances about when we check versus they check, and then we do that multiple times throughout the process. Then when we are ready to actually go and do the burn, we have one final inspection. They ride along with us up to Pennsylvania. It's an off-site location out of the state. We go up there, and then I can't give you too many details about that, but we drive up there, and then the destruction is also witnessed there. So there are multiple people, not just people in EMU, but also officers that are watching the destruction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I get a request? I know why we have our chairman of safety, Councilman Conway. I think this process, or how it works, all the council people should get an opportunity to see how they work. So I guess it's a request that we can't all go at the same time, but maybe schedule 3 at a time to go over to the police department across the street to kind of get a better understanding.
Sure, yeah,
how
you
they
can
work.
witness our process for sure. Once it leaves the building and it goes up for destruction, the vendor does not allow visitors, so we can't have anyone witness that, but you're more than welcome to come and see how we do the initial steps.
So I guess the request is for other council people be able to see how that process works.
So
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So I think the request is for an offer or a communication from BPD Government Relations to invite members to come over in appropriate tranches so as to not violate Open Meetings Act, correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Nate, got it? Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilman James Torrance, 7th District. Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Commissioner, and to your team for joining us. The first question I had was about the civilianization plan. I noted that in Service 628, the Public Integrity Bureau noted that there were issues with completing the number of investigations within 60 days. And there were sort of a section in it that says additional civilians would be hired to, I guess, increase capacity. Can you speak to the increased capacity and how, will that allow us to actually hit that metric, and then a larger picture of where we are with meeting the mandated civilianization requirements per state law?
Well,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Yeah, as of today, we have more than doubled the staffing at the Public Integrity Bureau. It required us doing that because when I first got it 4.5 years ago, cases were taking more than a year to complete. The goal was to get down to 90 days. It's a 90-day metric that we're trying to reach. We're now, we cut that in half. From 365 days, we've more than cut that in half. On serious cases, we are getting those down under 90, on minor cases rather, we're getting those down to 90 days or less. The more serious ones are somewhere around 172 days. Now, we had to double the staffing. What we're doing with civilianization is we opened up a new civilian investigator position that we began hiring for. And I'll let the deputy talk about how many of those we have. At last check, we had one and we were onboarding a second. But we're slated to get a number of civilian investigators to offset the number of sworn members who are there.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. We've added 2 civilian investigators so far that we've incorporated into the process. We just did a posting. We received 81 applicants. We're going through those 81 applicants now. We're down to 22 that we're going to interview and go through. We have 8 more to hire. We'll have a total of 10.
Got it. And I guess broadly, where are we with civilianization?
So overall, the civilianization strategy impacts every aspect of the department. So public integrity represents one example, but a lot of these investigative functions, you know, we want to create a blend of units of both sworn and civilian. A lot of the functions that we've talked about are everything from pulling video or, you know, writing up information or updating case notes. Those are the kinds of activities, administrative activities, we think having a civilian investigative component to some of these units could really be beneficial. So in trying to civilianize the department, that's a key strategy. For us, we had the initial FY23 allocation of 35 positions, which are distributed throughout the agency. We have several in our HR section, in our recruitment section to help with investigative backgrounds for folks who are trying to join the department. PIB is another example, but we're also trying to focus in on helping with the caseload for the crime fight. So overall, we're also targeting positions for low-level property crimes embedded in the districts. We're starting to onboard a few of those now. And CID also, we're looking at cold cases being a priority for some of those investigative specialists to go through. But in our strategy going forward for FY24, and I'll let DC Briscoe speak to the State Aid for Police Protection Program. This is state funds that we've been now included into for years. Baltimore City was the only jurisdiction not receiving these funds. That changed in FY23 and has continued on into this year. And with those funds, we'll be able to create civilian positions that can be supported. And we're looking at upwards to 120 to 140 positions that we're trying to create in this request to be able to sustain going forward. And that's everything from the training academy to you know, folks who are in our audits and inspections unit. We're trying to get online for the capacity building that we're talking about to get us ready for the assessment phase of the consent decree. A host of positions. We can give a full recitation of that at a later date. But DC Briscoe could also talk broadly about what those resources are also bringing beyond just staffing.
Just as a quick, if you could include in your remarks, so the state law requires the department to have no less than 20% civilian employees. Are we meeting that mark?
Thank you for that question. So just to kind of give you context, thank you, DC Malonson, for the explanation. We have, for the civilian investigative position, we've pushed out 22 different offers. We have now 12 onboarded. We're still working through, we've posted for several positions throughout the agency, and we're still going through that process of interviewing and then onboarding the appropriate candidate. In terms of our percentage of personnel that we are just short of that goal of the 20% of the force being professional member, we're working on that goal constantly. We're just shy of it. And I will get you the percentage of the number if you just kind of give me a second here. And if any one of my team members has that, please feel free to
I would
jump.
say in the interest of time, because I know my colleagues have questions, if you could just submit it to the committee as a request,
Yep, not a
that'd be
problem.
helpful. So we want to keep moving along. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The allocation is included in the response to the letter that was requested of us, so it's part of the submitted response that shows civilian and sworn allocations. We didn't do the percentage, but we could do it real quick. So it's in that letter. Yeah.
Thank you. Nate, you got that? Thank you. Councilman Dorsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the same subject of civilianization, the first thing I want to bring up is a reiteration of the request that I made last year, which it was not fulfilled as I believe I requested it. And so I'm just going to reiterate that request. Councilman Burnett and I met with BPD on September 30th of last year to review what was provided in response to that request. And during that meeting, I reiterated what I had actually requested and how the response did not fulfill the request. And there has not yet been a revised response from BPD. I've asked for this year after year, so I think the line of thinking is well known, that there is no likelihood that we are going to, there's no sign that we're going to increase the raw number of police officers year over year, that it doesn't make sense for us to have a staffing plan that assumes that we will ever have more police officers than we presently have, and therefore we need to have an alternative plan that relies as maximally as possible beyond just this state mandate for a 20%, but as maximally as possible upon non-sworn personnel. And so the request last year was for an alternate staffing plan that relies to the fullest extent possible on non-sworn personnel staffing, essentially assuming that we can put them in any position at all that does not have to be performed by sworn personnel. I think I made this clear in the follow-up meeting to last year's response, and I haven't seen anything further from that. So I am reiterating that request from last budget. And I'm happy to put that in writing if I have not made myself clear, but I think people understand what I'm asking for. I've also been provided information for the last 2 years, and I want to thank Shannon Conway for her diligence, and Michelle and Aaron Murphy for their diligence always in providing me information on traffic stops. I'm going to request that we have a deeper dive on traffic stops with disaggregated data about about the stops that are being made, how many traffic stops are resulting in arrest, how many are resulting in moving violations or work orders to vehicles, or none of the above, and how many of these stops are being performed by mobile metro unit versus other BPD personnel, and disaggregated by race, and how many of these are resulting or including vehicle searches, and how many of these are resulting in gun seizures. And I'm going to ask for this to be provided in an Excel format rather than a PDF format, some way that this can be used to search and sort this data in some meaningful and easy way. The last thing I'm going to ask is just one direct question, and I will follow up on both of those things in writing. The last thing I'm going to ask here is just a very direct question. Has the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety made a clear request for BPD to assist with overnight parking enforcement during the hours of, say, 1 to 7 a.m.?
Yes, he has.
And has BPD increased any or begun doing any of that enforcement as a result of that request? And does BPD actually retain records of enforcement actions it takes?
We do retain records of enforcement actions. Unfortunately, we don't have parking citations, which would mostly, I think, what you would be talking about, where the oversized vehicles are parking. And I'd have to get with the district, mainly the Northeast, and get what they've done with it since the deputy mayor has made the request. But I can get that to you.
Okay. I was very disappointed to get the response that I got most recently, basically to be told to go to the court if I want those records. So I'm going to follow up on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any other questions for BPD.
Thank you. Just to summarize, there's a request for parking citation data issued by the Northeastern District. Is that correct, Councilman?
Yeah, if I can get that citywide as well, that'd be helpful.
Got it. Nate, thank you. Councilman Conway?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Commissioner.
Good to see you.
I want to circle back to a little bit of a conversation we had last night with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement regarding GVRS and the returns we're seeing in the Western District. We've been talking a lot about, significant decreases in homicides and shootings combined, but what we saw recently is homicides are actually up in the Western District. I was really curious if you could tell me what's going on there. I know we very recently expanded the program to the Southwestern District, and I realize how important the police's role is in the success of that program, and I've already shared a number of times my concerns about the pull on resources. I'm curious what's going on in the Western District now that we've expanded, and what you can tell me about why we're seeing that increase.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the deputy get in just a second. I will say that we have seen the increase. I think the murders are increased by 2, but the non-fatal shootings have decreased. What we know is that there is one incident that skewed the numbers, that made the non-fatal shooting numbers higher. For instance, the one incident where it was one person who pulled the trigger, but 6 people were shot. So it was one incident. We've had a decrease in the number of incidents. Now, that does not make it less violent, and it should not make us less concerned. But it was a decrease in the number of incidents, but more victims were shot as a result of multiple incidents where multiple people were actually shot. But I'll turn it over to the deputy to talk about what we're actually seeing and what we're actually doing in Western, because there is ongoing work still happening through the GVRS program there.
Yes, sir. We did lose a little bit of ground. We're 17 homicides compared to 15 non-fatal shootings. We are down in non-fatal shootings, 28 compared to 32. And like the commissioner said, we've actually had less incidents this year than we've had last year. We've had 41 incidents last year and only 38 this year thus far. We lost a little ground. We were on a investigation that took us several months, a lot longer than we thought, because it started as an investigation for one thing and it morphed into something that went into human trafficking and everything else that we do. So we continued that investigation. We also unexpectedly lost our major and captain to retirement on almost the very same day. So we brought in a new Major Velty. Actually came out of retirement because he wanted the job. So he came back. We put a new captain over there. I think we're headed in the right direction. And if you look at the overall numbers, last year, Western had a phenomenal year. They were down 34% in 1 year. So if you look at where we're at right now, we're even actually right about where that is. And then if you look at the homicides and shootings, I pulled it and looked at it over the last, I'll just go over the last 5 years. The homicides in the Western were 57, 50, 52, 32, and so far this year, 17. So if we are doing pretty well, and then I'll do the same with the homicide and shooting victims, 167, 144, 164, and only 109 last year, and so far this year, only 45, and we're almost halfway through the year. So I think we've got some investigations. We just did a big indictment today that we've been working on. We've done several indictments during the year, and I think the Western we'll start to pick up the ground. We lost a little ground in the beginning, but we also have to just let Major Velti get in there and get his feet wet. He's done a phenomenal job. We closed 2 investigations while he was there. We're working with our partners at Muncie, the state's attorney's office, and I think the Western will bounce back.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the explanation. I think it helps a lot. I think I still have some concerns about our ability to sort of cover all the whack-a-moles popping up, in that when we first launched the strategy, we had how many officers helping in the GVU unit?
In the GVU enforcement portion, we had about 24 officers, but in the right around 40 total.
We started with 40.
Roughly around 40, but that was counting our outreach along with our gang unit and several other units.
And now we've seen folks move around. How many do we have today?
We have 17 in our enforcement unit. The other units are still at the same level. So we do have to add some detectives, and we are doing that. We should have done it probably a couple months ago, but what happened is when we were handed the packet, it wasn't done in a fair and equitable way, so we had to scrap that list and start over. So we should be we're going to add a new lieutenant here in about 2 weeks, and we're going to add about 5 more detectives to get them up to full strength so we can get back to the 4 units that we had when we moved there.
So what is the total strength for the group violence unit?
The group violence unit total strength is right around 40. For the enforcement, which you're talking about, is 4 teams of 1 and 6, which is 24, and right now we're at 17. In those units. Those are the ones that are doing the investigations. The outreach team still has 3. We still have 2 in intel. We still have 2 in our gang unit. We still have 3 in the state's attorney's office. So we still have all those other resources. Where we lost is we had a couple of our individuals transfer out to go to other opportunities, and we had a couple individuals get promoted. So,
and I'll finish here, Mr. Chair. This is all in light of expanding the program to another district with the same amount of officers.
Yes.
So I think to my point and my concern, and we've talked about this in our last couple of hearings, frankly, in public safety and government operations, is making sure that we have the actual capacity to meet the police department's role in rolling out this strategy, realizing how important it is. As we roll it out, I do have still concerns, and we'll get into some of that in some of my later questions. I've had some conversations that I think will be helpful for.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, and to your team as well. I appreciate your service.
Thank you.
I'm incredibly concerned that people are committing heinous acts of violence with seemingly no fear of consequences. It seems the past few mass shootings and homicides, frequently we hear that there was an officer within the vicinity of the shooting, within a block or a few blocks, and yet folks are still pulling the trigger and committing horrific acts of violence, which to me indicates that people are not afraid of the consequences and are not therefore afraid of police arresting them. It is a concern that our homicide clearance rate is around 40% right now.
It's actually about 47%. Yeah.
So it went up a little bit since the last hearing. That's good to hear, but it is still better than 50% chance that if you commit a murder in the city of Baltimore, currently, you will not be caught. Given that this is a budget hearing and we are voting on the police department's budget, which, although not going up considerably, is still a major expenditure for the city, I am wondering where you see the disconnect between folks not respecting law enforcement enough to not pull a trigger with a police officer standing or in a car 1 to 3 blocks away. What does this department need to do to instill enough respect for the department so that folks are not making that decision. And I know, and I've heard you say, and I don't disagree, that there are many other factors that go into whether someone decides to go out and commit a violent act. Certainly, we are in full alignment on that, but I think the purpose of the police department needs to be to deter people from committing acts of violence, and then if they commit acts of violence, to arrest them and to have certain consequences. And it seems like there is currently a disconnect. So I'm wondering where you feel the department needs to turn a corner so that people who are repeat violent offenders, people who are committing repeated acts of violence, fear the police, respect the police enough that they don't do that when an officer is close enough that they literally hear the gunshots.
Well, first of all, thank you, but I have to answer that the same way I did in this very room the very last time we had this conversation, because the way the question was asked, deterrence is only coming from police. That is far from the truth. Deterrence is actually the encounter from police through the arrest, the prosecution through conviction, the incarceration to rehabilitation. All of that is the definition of, and it is what's required for a person to make a decision not to commit a crime. And they're not just making the decision because the police alone are doing something to deter them. I agree with you. The police's role is to deter crime. But when it comes to consequences, it's the entire criminal justice system. And that, even the entire criminal justice system only makes up 50% of what's necessary. That's why GVRS is so important, because we actually have to change a culture, which means we have to change the mindsets of people who are making decisions because of all these other reasons, but we have to, while enforcing through consequences, we have to change the very reason why they have to think they have to make that decision in the very first place. Both have to be done to really have deterrence. And the police only have a small role in that. So I agree we have to deter, but it does require swift and certain consequences, but it has to, those swift consequences have to be done both by prosecutors and by the judiciary. And we have to change the thinking. For a person to do that with a cop right there, they're not afraid to go to jail and they're not afraid to die. They are willing to take a bullet and they're willing to go to prison. So it's more than just our deterrence. We have to fix why they even think like that. And that takes an entire community.
So I fully agree with you that there's an entire judicial system, everything from police to the state's attorney, to the judges, to the folks who are prison guards, and then all the way through to when people are released, and we're in full alignment. I also agree with you that there are many factors that go into why someone would decide to hurt another person and use a gun. And I would actually say that one's material conditions and well-being within a community has a lot to do with whether they decide to pull a trigger. But we're voting on the police budget. It is a substantial budget. I have great respect for the women and men of this department who put on the uniform and take that risk every single day. And I remain concerned that there isn't enough respect, fear, whatever, of law enforcement that folks are still willing to commit these crimes, and that, again, whether it's 40 or 47%, our clearance rate is still unacceptably low if more than 1 in 2 folks are getting away with murder in our city. And so, again, would just ask, we've been under consent decree for a number of years, and I think you've shown some definite improvement in the integrity of the department and in how officers behave. And for the record, I also support GVRS and do believe it is a holistic approach.
Councilman, if we get to a question, Councilman.
But within the police department, what needs to shift in order to reduce the likelihood that someone's going to use a gun?
What needs to shift is not just in the police department. What needs to shift is in how we as a city, change why a person think they, number one, have to carry a gun, because carrying the gun is the precursor to the shooting. That is the precursor. The decision to pull that trigger is not made when they pull the trigger. The decision to pull that trigger is made when they put their hand on a gun and walk out of the door of where they got the gun from, likely home. They've already made a decision that they're going to be armed, and should they have to use the gun, they'll have it. That's a culture and a mindset we have to change. And we have to change all the other things that make people do it. It's almost impossible to answer the question, what should the police do to change it, because that suggests that it's all on the police, and it's not. I will always have to answer the question, what do we all have to do, and how do we do that, and what's the police's participation in that? That's to me, that is how we really get at sustainable change, and how we get people to, number one, stop shooting because there are consequences, and stop shooting because they don't think they have to do it.
I appreciate that. Fully
Thank
agree.
you, Commissioner.
Fully agree.
Councilman, we're
not
gonna-
all on law enforcement.
Councilman, we're going to terminate the back and forth now. Councilwoman Porter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner, on a number of occasions, I believe in the previous budget hearing and via email, I've spoken about the success of the microzone approach. One of the things that, I'm just not seeing the success of the microzone approach, given that the example that Chair McCray just mentioned, many of the issues that we're experiencing in South Baltimore, particularly in the 5 areas that I mentioned last year, they're still very high crime and high violent areas. Can you speak to what we're doing as an alternative for those types of deployment strategies? I just don't see the success, and if you have any success or data to support success, definitely please share.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. The Southern actually has made quite a turnaround this year. They're down 55% year-to-date in homicides and 43% in non-fatal shootings. They have had an experience in robberies, and they do get hit in the Brooklyn area, which is one of our main areas. Actually, I lived there for a while, so I'm very familiar with the area. They have moved their DAT team over to, they bounced their DAT team back, and I'll turn it over to Colonel Jones as well, from between Brooklyn and the Tri-District. Tri-District is just that stubborn area that it's been our worst microzone since we started doing the microzones. So, and we've sent several teams there from different districts. What's going to change a little bit through redistricting is the Southwest is going to pick up the Tri-District. So the Southern will still have Brooklyn, but they do have a robust deployment in Brooklyn. We've also sent their MMU unit there as well along the Patapsco corridor, because what happens with Brooklyn is it doesn't just start with one incident. They'll go back and forth until we either catch it or we stop them, or we have enough resources that we start pulling people offline with the rest. And I'll turn it over to Colonel Jones to add additional.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. So in reference to the microzones, the focus is still the same.
Colonel, if you could get a little.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can move those. They're not plugged in.
So in reference to the microzone, the focus stays the same. So the idea is giving them the necessary dosage of 10 minutes or more 3 times a day. So we look for that. That's something that we have oversight and audit when we do our CompStat 360. I will say that for the Southern District specifically, their focus in their summer crime plan is going to be that Federal Hill area, the Fed Hill, Cherry Hill, as well as, I forgot the name of the other location, in reference to their Ridgely Delight. So they're focusing on these main areas. To Councilwoman McCray's point, these plans are solidified in weekly updates that the district commanders give to the lieutenant colonels and myself of what they are specifically focused on based on priorities and data. And then as we go into each quarter, whether it is the summer, whether it's the winter, they have a quarterly plan where they go into and identify these areas that they are to focus on. Mm-hmm. We then check them through the oversight process through CompStat of are they meeting their goals. Like currently right now for the Southern District, for Directed Patrol, they have 23,000 units of Directed Patrol, 13,000 units of business checks. They have 6,000 hours of foot, 2,000 accumulated hours of car stops, so on and so forth. So We look at this over the week of what you're focusing on. Are you inspecting what you're expecting, and are you getting what you need? If we still see crime in a specific area, then the doses that you believe, either through the car stops or business checks or whatever it is, vehicle initiatives, is that getting you the desired results? And if not, then why? And you have to check it.
Yes,
so
sir.
We're constantly looking over those things every week to ensure that each district is providing this, not only the citizenry, but you, the necessary public safety response.
Yes, and I appreciate the data that you just given. However, that's not happening in real time. The 5 intersections that I named last year, 1400 block of Washington Boulevard, 1100 block of Austin Street. We have Callender Street. We have Reinhardt. We have, East Patapsco. Those were designated as microzone approaches. Those were designated as microzones. There are still shootings there. There are still business owners in fear of their life there. There's still open air drug markets at those particular intersections. And so, again, Commissioner, I definitely respect you very much. However, I'm still not convinced that the microzone approach is working. And what ends up happening is that, they're just moving, or the officers are going out on foot, and crime and violent activity is happening at another intersection. And so there needs to be some sort of evaluation of that microzone approach, and I've been asking that, I think, for the last 2 years, about evaluation metrics for this microzone approach, because in Southern District, and I don't know about my colleagues, but in Southern District and Southwest, it's just not simply working. I mean, Morrill Park just had 3 non-fatal shootings, I think, last weekend.
We're happy to have those conversations and those meetings with you, to not only just to discuss the strategy, but to discuss how we evaluate it, because we do. We understand the microzone, but then we also understand what we call the buffer zone, and that there's displacement from the microzone to maybe 500 feet or 1,000 feet to buffer zones. And we'll be happy to talk about what we do there. Yeah. More than happy to do that.
Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate that. And I mean, when I see the reduction of the mobile metro unit, which has been an awesome resource to Southwest and Southern District, it just doesn't seem to be adding up the approach for fighting crime in the city. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
And Councilwoman, if I could, one of the other things we are doing is reevaluating it in the midst of redistricting as well, because with redistricting comes a reallocation of those geographies to ensure that we're properly aligned. So we're due for that anyway, and we're in the midst of reevaluating the microzones, as we were always planning to do, on a every other year basis. So.
And so you evaluate microzones on an every other year basis. Do we have the evaluation of last year? So I believe it was supposed to be evaluated last year, correct?
That's what we're working through now, because a lot of the data we're trying to make sure is coded properly.
Yes, sir.
Different incidents as they originate versus where we feel the hospitals are a great example of this.
For sure,
the nature of how we have to make sure that is properly aligned in a geographic space where we believe those incidents are occurring. That kind of closeout process is already underway, and for 2022 data, and that will be what we use. And again, we've been trying to work through redistricting as well simultaneously. So all of that is due, and by the end of the year, for sure, this calendar year, we'll have completed that process, and we'll ensure to include you all to make sure that we're hearing from the community. There are some microzones that don't make sense anymore, and we are working on that.
Chief, thank you. Councilwoman, we're going to ask for a written narrative.
Yes, can I just say one thing, sir?
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair. But the timelines aren't matching up. If redistricting is supposed to go live July 1st, and you're not going to be able to send a report to us about the evaluations using those microzone approach, that should have been the foundation for the redistricting until the end of the year. Are my timelines off?
So the redistricting process affected the entirety of the geographies of course, all the 9 districts.
Mm-hmm.
The microzone strategy is aligned against historical data within particular 2x2 block radiuses. So, where those lined up and who's responsible for them. Part of the strategy is also understanding kind of where the lines ended up and ensuring that no district has too many microzones they're trying to handle without the resources to handle them. So part of that alignment had to occur through this process. We've gone through a process to create post boundaries and sector boundaries. It's also all configured into the timeline of implementation. So yeah, all of these pieces of the puzzle are moving simultaneously.
Thank you. So Councilwoman, we're going to request a written narrative by the end of this month, June 30th. That works for you guys? And that written narrative should outline the strategy and the timeline for analysis of microzones.
Yeah, that should work.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we talk a little bit more about the vacancies? In the book, it says you have about, for patrol, well, first of all, I had asked early on in this process that we would get a set of all of the vacancies in the city by classification, and particularly the police department. So hopefully that'll be happening soon. But just to focus on patrol for a second, you have, I believe it says 1,500 positions here for patrol. And when we talk about, and the media talks about, or whoever talks about that we're 600 down, is that 600 subtracted from the 1,500, or you're just assuming that you're only going to fill up to the 1,500, and if we happen to have more money, we would get more? I just want to understand exactly what we're talking about here.
So part of the allocation for patrol, so the current staffing plan model would envision having approximately 918 officer-level positions in patrol. And again, we can give you counts based on the latest data. But overall, part of what we want to make sure of is that we're allocating the budget against the staffing plan, which is, again, not been done until FY23, and we're continuing that progress in FY24 to accurately reflect where our budgetary resources should be against that staffing plan. Overall, we can get you those numbers. I think DC Briscoe is saying to me 338 of those vacancies are for patrol. And again, that puts us at roughly 650 or so officer-level filled positions, when that number should be closer to 918. So the extra delta is everywhere else in the department. It's a distribution across our anticipated goals for everything from recruitment classes to PIB to the academy and a host of other positions in detective corps. And we envision having fully staffed DAT units across the agency. Some districts only have one DAT unit versus two. But again, that whole staffing plan is kind of now realigned to the budget. So as far as where those vacancies are, again, that request is in, we'll ensure you receive that. But overall, those 600 it's not 600, it's closer to 500. And again, they're not all in patrol, Councilwoman.
So it says here in the budget book that the vacancy trends through the service, there's 817,000 that was saved. That's not 400, that's not 400 people.
So thank you for the question, and I welcome our CFO to jump in if I misstate anything. There, across the organization, agency-wide, against the allotted budgeted number, there's 522 vacancies. We do have some positions that are in salary savings and that are not funded. So I don't want to conflate the number. I want I'm based on what is actually budgeted and funded. There are 522 vacancies. I know that DC Melanson just covered the ones that are assigned to patrol, but organization-wide, for what is funded, there are 522. And I'm saying that because there tends to be this conflated conversation around what we used to have.
Right.
We're working on what is actually budgeted and funded and not salary saved.
Right, I just wanted to make sure that everybody was talking from the same song on that one.
Thank you.
But also, just to the director, go ahead.
Yep, and just one point of clarification, the $817,000 increase in assumed savings from vacant positions that's reflected in the police patrol service, that's the net increase in savings from vacant positions that was factored into the fiscal 24 budget. In police patrol in fiscal 24, we're actually assuming that we'll realize about $28 million of savings from vacant positions. And that's an increase of $817,000 above fiscal 23.
Oh, okay. So the question that I have then, following up on the same line of questioning, is in other departments, we have been taking that amount and either folding it into the following year's budget or it's being reallocated. And if these positions aren't filled, where is this being reallocated?
Good evening. I'm Charlotte Graham. I'm the CFO. So in our budget, there's about $36 million in turnover savings across the whole agency. And as you know, in the police department, we still have to go to calls for service and things like that. So most of our money is actually reappropriated back into the overtime line so that we can continue the same level of service.
And that's 100% folded into overtime?
Majority of it, not 100%. When we got historical vacancy highs, at that point we were going over on overtime, and we had a conversation with BPMR that we're using that money, so let's be transparent. So at that point in time, the money going forward was moved into the overtime line.
But you said the majority of it, so where's the rest of it going?
Well, historically, before we made that decision, it was just being taken out of the budget, so it goes against our budget, assuming we will have that savings.
Yeah, just to be
And I
clear,
can get you that exact number from
Can we
before, yes.
Can we just pause for a second? Director Larson, can you chime in here? Because I think you're going to provide the most clarity of anyone here with respect to this.
Yeah, so in recent history, the police department has finished the fiscal year with us in the position of having a budget surplus. And so when the police department finishes the fiscal year with an overall surplus, just like any other general fund agency, that surplus at the end of the year falls to fund balance. And so in a year where the police department ends the year in a surplus, again, those dollars would go to fund balance. They would not carry forward into the next year. In fiscal 23, because we've seen sort of we've seen an uptick in the number of vacant positions. As the CFO was mentioning, we are seeing that there is a corresponding increase in overtime this year. And so we're continuing to monitor the police department's budget to actual performance as we get closer to June 30th to really understand what the department's year-end picture will look like for fiscal 23.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Glover?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our city is dying right now. And, our young people, we're losing them due to violent crimes and drugs. I asked a question yesterday to the state's attorney's office about the open drug markets that are in my community. I was referred that is a Baltimore City Police Department issue. I was told that even during the last administration. So my question to you guys are, what are we doing about the open drug ed markets? It's plain and clear sight. We see it. These are young people that are doing a lot of the drug transactions and things of that nature. And I know for sure that we need to put a stop to it, like today. So what are we doing to change the trajectory of what we're seeing in our neighborhoods at this moment?
It was a little hard to hear. You talking about open air drug markets?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, look, we constantly grapple with that. We took down a drug organization just yesterday or today, and there are a number of indictments with that. So we're doing the work. We're going after them. You've seen us in recent time talk about the takedowns that we've had. You've talked about the 95 people we arrested for violent offenses with the U.S. Marshals and other police departments with warrants in the last months-long warrant initiative. We're going after drug traffic organizations with our state, with our federal partners. We meet every month to talk about, in my office, to talk about each of those investigations, who's doing what and how we are synchronizing our efforts at the state level, at the federal level, with our local police department. And so we're doing the work. Could we take down more? Absolutely. Should we be taking down more? We would love to. But make no mistake, we're going after open-air drug markets and drug traffickers. Now, we actually will have the leverage of being able to make arrests and, when necessary, issue citations for those who are in simple possession. of contraband, which we believe will open the door for us to be able to build bigger and better cases. We did not have that before, but going forward with the new state's attorney, that's his new policy. We will be issuing citations for those who have are caught with small amounts of contraband, but there are some cases where we will be making arrests for those individuals. Look, felony arrests are up this year. We've made 622 this year versus 444 last year. Misdemeanor narcotics arrests are up 515%. We made 80 this year so far compared to 13 this time last year. So we're increasing the work. Even though we have fewer people doing the work, we're increasing the work.
Okay, and I close with this. And being a young man born and raised here my entire life, and also working in city government, and now I'm in a position as a council person, what I see is that, you know, in government, if we keep hurting each other and killing each other, and in the agencies, we keep hurting each other and killing each other, then we're going to continue to see that folks on the outside hurt each other and kill each other. And I say that because of the fact that we need to come together as one in order to really change what we're seeing in Baltimore City. And I say this because I'm a black man speaking to another black man. You know, we gotta get it together. We can't keep allowing our queens to do our job. It's our responsibility as men to step up to the plate and do what we gotta do to save Baltimore. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Councilman Torrance?
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner and team.
Good evening.
First, I just want to appreciate the briefing that we just received on the new districts. I'm happy that I'm going from 5 to 3, but my biggest concern is as we switch over in July, the Charlie shift. As officers are getting accommodated to their new districts in the new territory, how are we going to use officers at central headquarters to supplement those persons, right? Because that 4-hour callback is not enough, especially when we have 11 officers at best on the Charlie shift when we have high violence. So I just want to know how we're going to supplement and be prepared for when persons are going into new territories, but also how are we going to make sure that we're ready for it?
I'm going to let the deputy jump in just a minute, but a couple of things that we're doing. Number one, we're making sure that at the command level that there is a true and soft handoff and introductions made from the commander with leaders in the community that are going to be now in a different district. So we can hand them off and make the proper introductions, and nothing is lost at the command level. Then there is the intelligence level. What's happening on the ground and what detectives and officers are seeing and what's being done about it. If that geography has to shift from one district to another, that is handed off to the next commander, from one commander to another. And those introductions are made so that the officers who are now picking up new geography and new responsibility for that geography are, number one, well informed of what's being given to them and understand what's been done so that they can continue, to the best of our ability, don't have any gaps. So we're trying to do our due diligence to do that. When it comes to supplement, well, we're always working with discretionary resources that are not tied to any one district, but are under the Chief of Patrol's domain to be able to figure out who needs help, when they need it, how much of it do they need, and how long do we need to let it be there, and what needs to be done while they're there. Those are things we work on every shift, and we're making shifts and reallocations, not just every day, but on every shift we're doing that. But I'll pass it to the deputy.
Yes, sir. And what's happening, in order for us to, when we did the redistricting, it was to balance the workload and make the violence and everything else more equitable throughout the city. So no district now will have less than 14 officers. As a matter of fact, all 9 districts are either 14, 15, or 16 officers. There's not that big gap. There used to be a gap where the one district had 12, Northeast had 22. Those gaps where the one district encompasses 20% of the city are going to be gone. So what we'll have is we have the officers who will actually be in those districts when we're going to offer the units who work, say for example, if you work the Chum, Bel Air, Edison now, If you want to continue to work there, we will voluntarily transfer you to the Eastern District, so you continue to work that area, so we have the familiarity with the areas, and we're not putting new officers in new areas. Plus, the district commanders have constantly been talking about what areas they're picking up, what areas they're transferring. The Northeast is probably the happiest because they're getting rid of a lot of stuff that's really high crime. So, but the Eastern is prepared for it because they're going to move their resources up. They may actually get some officers from the Northeast if some want to volunteer. They have 2 district action teams, which will help with that enforcement in that lower end that the Northeast is giving up. And the districts are constantly working. Plus, we can move our MMU. We look at what we have every single day to move MMU, our initiatives, East Side and West Side initiatives, to whatever area we need and we see the spike at that time.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I'm looking at the new posts and I'm thinking Liberty Square is moving into the northern as well as portions of Park Heights, right? I look at how, with all 5 of my majors in that area and how they coordinate amongst themselves, I think about the officer that's going to be covering Druid Hill Park as well as the sex work in Councilman Stokes' district at the same time, knowing that there is sex work happening in both areas, right? But he also, or she, has also often been pulled to support things around Mondawmin when needed to, or in Park Heights. So that's stretching one person who's dealing with, ideally, not as much call for services for serious crime, but has sex work, which may have serious trauma attached to it as well. So I just want to think, when we're thinking about how we're deploying, that like we think about how do we supplement too, because honestly, I think about what happened in Councilman Costello's district, where officers had to take time for themselves after a mass shooting, right? We have to think about it. I appreciate the new post because an officer gets to know their actual neighborhoods and be able to connect with neighborhood leaders. But I still struggle because when we turn things on, people are going to get lost. I'm just being frank. People are not going to know the geography, and how do we supplement and support to help those officers when it does happen, right?
If I could, council member, I think part of the struggle with this is that, this hasn't been done in 50 years, right? So that's a huge piece of learning and socialization and change for sure. The development of the posts, though, that's a key thing. What you just mentioned is very important. Making sure that a particular post isn't so, burdensome on a particular officer that they can't, be able to be responsive. If you look at our old post map, you can see we had some posts, as Councilwoman Porter knows, at Cherry Hill, for instance, like really heavy workload distribution that for us, we wanted to make sure that was much more equitably distributed across posts. So when we talk about redistributing workload in an equitable way across districts, that same approach was taken for sectors, and that same approach is now taken for posts, which has reduced variance across posts by 50%, right? So the workload per post is much more standardized and much more manageable than it was in the past. And again, that's a big change. That's going to be hard to socialize, we understand, but they hew into the neighborhoods. It's a neighborhood-focused approach, and it's a much more balanced workload approach, post by post, across the entire city. And that's a big change that we're eager to see and look forward to. And I will say this, that as part of our process, redistricting is every 10 years, but the development of posts is something internally that we could do differently if it's determined that something isn't working, right? So we are open to developing a new post strategy next year or even years after, before the cycle of redistricting requires us to go through a process. We're talking about the internal distribution of our resources, but for the first time, I will say that our staffing plan aligns with the budget and now aligns with the post strategy that you saw and have been, again, it's going to be rolled out as part of the redistricting process.
And Councilman, so to help your concern, it doesn't stop with the officer. We realize, as we just had a class that just graduated the academy and is out in the field, there's always going to be an influx of new officers who are going to have no knowledge of where they're going to be assigned to and the geography. So that's indicative of that supervisor, that lieutenant, that first line sergeant, to provide them the wherewithal of the geography and what are the dynamics of those areas. Also, coupled with technology, officers also have a real-time smart phones to tell them the geography, the wanted persons in their area, where they should be, why they should be there. This is also backed up with their weekly crime plan. So through supervisory oversight, those officers who are now in redistrict areas will be given the guidance from their supervisors, as rightfully so, that they should be for any area, whether they're a new officer or a transition officer to a new area.
Thank you, Colonel Jones. That's what I was getting at. I just wanted to make sure that for the public's consumption, that as we turn things on, it's going to be different, but we need to figure out, make sure people understand that there are systems in place to help these officers, because I still find new portions of Baltimore I'm still not familiar with, and have to use GPS. I'm just being frank, but I'm just being honest that in terms of a law enforcement officer learning this new area, plus being able to build a dynamic with the community, is something that's going to need support from a supervisory level as well. And I yield back to the chair.
Thank you. Council President Mosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly going down City Watch cameras. Has the police department conducted like an audit on like areas of opportunity for us to put more cameras? Has that study been done?
Say the question again, areas
where we have dead spots, like areas of dead spots or areas where equipment needs enhancement, any of that. Do you like have a readily available list of that?
Yes, I don't know if we would call it an audit, but yes, we know of areas that have dead spots. We know of some cameras that either pan, tilt, or or rotate, that things happen and the camera didn't catch it, or the camera did not move. And then we're always aware of cameras that are not functioning, that are in need of repair, and then they get repaired on a regular basis.
Do you have a cost estimate to make the changes and add the cameras?
I think we can get that to you. We don't have that on the tip of our hands, but we can get that to you.
We could work with BSID on developing that. They're primarily responsible for the purchasing and installing of those. But we can get that in a follow-up response. If that's
How long will that take, you think?
Say again?
How long do you think that'll take?
To develop a study?
No, well, just the
price.
Itemized.
A cost
listing and
estimate?
price, yeah.
I can't say for sure, but it really is dependent. The nature of any particular installation has a lot to do with the infrastructure associated with the corner in question. So if you have a lot of fiber and cable and everything else that's already in a particular intersection, the cost is much more minimal. And if it's not, then it's much more expansive. So it really is depending on where and how many. And again, that's difficult for me to be able to give you a full answer about how fast we could do that analysis.
Got you. Like, some things will be low-hanging fruit, other things would be long lead periods.
There's a way to prioritize and strategize the ones that are easier with the kind of conditions, but again, we'd have to work with BSID to help us.
Can we circle back before the week's end? When you guys look at the list and maybe talk to BSID?
Yeah, if we have a chance to talk to BSID by
preliminary.
Friday, I'd say we can give you a timeline of what that would look like.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Service 635 recruitment section, fiscal year 23, $24,124,000, 203 positions. Fiscal 24, $24,242,000, 204 positions, an increase of approximately $120,000 in one position. Can anyone speak to why we're seeing this small of an increase in a section that I assume is critically important based on what we consistently hear from the department is the #1 problem, which is a shortage in sworn officers?
I'll start. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the question. I'll start, and I welcome the CFO to jump in. To your point, a critical position that does require budgeting, and I can tell you, looking past the previous years, due to COVID, the budget was reorganized, if you will. We do allot funding to them to go out and do the work that they need to do, and I welcome CFO Graham to jump in.
Yeah, there is actually additional funding, but it's not in the general fund funding. It's in the Administration Bureau Service, and it is $3.45 million in recruitment incentives, and that's on the SAP grant.
Hang on one second, please, and thank you. Service 621,
Yes.
and which object?
It's in the grant section in there.
Can you direct me to the page and
Yes.
volume 2 of the budget
Yes,
book?
give me a second.
Sure thing. Take your time.
All right. So, sir, if you go to page 226, and then if you look under the activities, you'll see the grants section, and then you'll see in fiscal year 2024, $37.9 million, and the majority of that money is obviously grants, but there was a large amount of money that we received from the state, nearly $18 million, and of that, we put nearly $3.5 million into recruitment incentives.
Budget Director, why are we putting do we have grants that show up in other services, or do all of our grants show up only under Service 621?
Yeah, it was a timing issue, sir. We didn't expect to get this amount of money in this grant, and we have been kind of going through a process of how to use this funding for professionalization of the department. So now that we have all of that allocated, we're slowly moving it to the services. So some of the money has been moved to the services. Some of the positions that have recently been added, and this particular money has not yet been moved to the services, but that will be reflective next year, and hopefully we still get the funding.
Thank you. Budget Director Larson, you agree with that?
That is correct. There, as Director or Chief Graham was referencing, the SAP funding was the city's allocation through that grant program was increased as one of the final state budget actions that we learned in April. So these amounts did have to be incorporated in the budget pretty quickly at the end. Again, it is our goal to work with agencies as we allocate these dollars to make sure the expenses show up in the correct service, but I think given this one with the timing, it will be one that we will, is put in admin because of timing, and it will get reflected in the more accurate service in fiscal 25.
Understood. Nonetheless, the $3.5 million grant brings the total to $27.7 million. That's still $2 million shorter than it was in fiscal 22. So going back to the original question, can anyone talk to me about a level of investment that is lower than what it was in 2022, despite the repeated justification for the challenges that we have, problem number one being the lack of sworn officers?
I want to make sure that I'm clear on understanding your question, sir. So for us, it's not a lack of commitment. It is about evaluating where the money is sitting. So if that's a question of whether or not we need to go back and take a look at where it is when all of the final last dollars are moved to the appropriate locations, we're happy to do that. So along the budgeting process, especially with the incentives, we put forth what we perceive would be the amount that they would need or could use, recognizing that we have to balance the entire budget of where we're spending. It is not a lack of effort. It's not a lack of focus. It's not a lack of goal. We're just trying to make sure we're being fiscally responsible for where we're placing the allocations. But if there is greater need there, we don't have a problem supplementing what the need is for recruitment. It is the focus for the organization, along with crime fight. And I'll turn over to DC Nadeau. I'm sorry, DC.
One of the things that we wanted to make sure, and I think what will help is if we help catalog all the expenditures that are actually associated in recruitment that are not showing up there. And for instance, the SAP grant incentives, which again is a $5,000 hiring bonus. It's referral incentives up to $5,000 or $7,500 for current officers who encourage and are successful in bringing members into the department. Housing allowances for those that wish to live in the city, up to $12,000 over the course of a year or $1,000 a month. These are things we can catalog for you. We also have grant funds associated with the recruitment campaign. This is the digital marketing effort that we can catalog. And then the creation of the civilian positions, which again are in the SAP program that was requested earlier, we're adding more of those civilian investigators to recruitment specifically in the FY24 request. Again, we'll catalog that. That'll help with the backlog on some of these to get folks through the process.
Perfect. So the request, Nate, is a full breakdown of service, was it 635, along with any other functions that directly support recruitment. And I'm only talking about recruitment, not retention. And Deputy Commissioner, I appreciate your explanation. I wasn't suggesting it was a lack of willpower or desire or commitment. I was suggesting it was purely a lack of investment, specifically dollars. Thank you very much. Council Vice President Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first just want to concur with my colleague from the 10th and 2nd District that basically is saying that this microzone idea definitely needs to be reevaluated. I can just name historical areas in some areas of my district, like Boorman, Wally and Pimlico, Liberty Heights and Garrison. These have been areas where I have not seen any improvement. As a matter of fact, recently with the Boorman issue that trickled over in broad daylight to a business that does strong service work right in their offices, and the shooting broke the glass of those, basically frightened all of the workers, which is the Park Heights Renaissance headquarters. So clearly something needs to change, needs to happen. These are areas that have been plagued since the 70s, and something is not working. So moving on to my question, so there also seems to be a disconnect with the permit process and the police department's engagement in that, especially for special events with historical parades that happen around or take place in the summer. And last year was an incident where the community, had the parade anyway, and a child was hit but was not seriously hurt, thank God. And then even this year, I try to reach out. I think I want to ask for an update of who we contact in your department to get approval with the process that takes place. I know that there's also funding that has to happen. It just seems to be a very strong disconnect that has to be corrected as soon as possible. I know I've reached out on a particular for a particular community that will have something the 4th of July, and that's been a couple weeks ago, and I have not gotten any communication at all on, I was told it wasn't approved, and now the community has put out literature saying it was approved. So, and it's the same community that had the problem last year. So I want to ask to give the council, who do we contact to verify if that process? I know transportation plays a role.
Yes, ma'am. So
we definitely need a serious process.
So out of City Hall, there is a permitting office and there's a permitting process. So those historical incidents, events that happen every year.
Can you get closer?
I'm sorry. Those historical events that happen every year, just like those ad hoc events, there is a process of several months when the application should come in. Now, just because it's historical, just because an application comes in, does not mean the application meets all of the requirements that's needed to approve that application. So there's a process between BPD, the district commander, my special events unit, that they work with the event organizer as well as permits to get the process, the event to the place where it can be approved. There has to be sometimes the idea if it's going to be alcohol served, if there's going to be a security plan, does that security plan involve armed security? Who is bonding that armed security? And then there's a background check. So there's a series of things. If there's going to be a parade, is there a route? So some of these things that although the application may come in, it may not be a complete application. So there's a back and forth process. As far as BPD goes, our special events commander will be the point of contact for that, but also working through the permits office. But I will say that when there's any incident with a historic event that has caused violence previously, that is a consideration that is made by the district commanders of whether to approve or disapprove the event itself.
Well, what takes so long for the approval, especially if an association does send something like 6-7 months in advance? A lot of these organizations are so organized after the event, the very next month, they'll go ahead and schedule for the following year, and there's no, communication.
No, I will say that when there is evidence to show that there is a likelihood for a disturbance or violence, that the district commanders will reach out to those community members. Also, they will take in any kind of letters in support of or support against having these events, and they will, on BPD side, disapprove those. Now, I will say, unfortunately, there are some bad actors when it comes to organizers who, even through the disapproval process, they will still send out flyers and open source things saying that the event will happen. When those events occur, it is incumbent upon BBD to be there prior to any setting up to discourage any unapproved event that is going forth.
Okay, but this is an organization or association that is very organized and strategically has this historical event every single year in the same place, same format. It's just a routine. I have not gotten any communication back, and the people are, they come to the council members. So my request is to give this council a written process in your involvement, because you are the holdup. Period. Can that happen with before June 30th?
Are you talking overall what the BPD's process is?
I
the
just
permit
need
or
the
your specific
contact.
one?
I need a written process of of how things are done.
I'll take this one. So,
Can I just add one piece of clarification real quick? There's an application, the right-of-way application, right? That's on the DOT website. I think what the council vice president is asking for is not like the itemized list that is in the DOT right-of-way application. I think what she's asking for is the process, the internal process by which BPD reviews these. What are the things that are non-starters, which will result in an automatic denial of the event? C.A. Leach, I apologize for interrupting. Just want to provide that clarification.
You were correct.
yes, no, thank you, I appreciate that. What I will tell you about the point of contact, we actually have a point of contact in the city administrator's office that can help on any permitting issues that you have. So following this hearing, I'll follow up with the council with the person that you should contact in my office that will actually coordinate across DOT, DPW, and/or BPD around any permitting issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. C.A. Leach, thank you for that response and the direct support. Nonetheless, we're still going to have that as a request to the committee to have a written narrative describing the process from, when BPD receives the application, at what place in the workflow, and how BPD goes through that. Great. And June 30th is acceptable to provide that to the committee? Great. Thank you. Nate, got it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the further clarification.
Thank you. I know my vice president well. Councilwoman McCray, and we've also been joined by Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer, 5th District, member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Service 635, the performance measures show that female sworn hires were at 13% in both 2020 and 2021. In 2022, the actual number slid to 12%, and FY23 and 24 targets are both 30%. FY23 obviously has not officially ended, or has not ended, but do you have an estimate of what the actual target is as of today regarding female sworn hires?
Thank you for that question. Of course, as I stated, our goal is to have, as a participant of our 30 by 30 initiative, our goal is by 2030 to have 30% of the workforce to be women. And at this juncture, we are currently at, if I'm looking at this correctly, the target is 30%, and we're currently at, in the book, at 12%, but as of today, I think we're at 18%. That corrects me? Just looked at that number. Hang on one second, ma'am. I'll double check that. I think that we're at 18% as of this date, but I'll double check that number just to be certain.
I would actually love if that number is accurate, so I'm looking forward to getting the confirmed
Yes,
number
ma'am.
as of today. Is the department, by your own goals, still on track to hit the target needed to reach the 30 by 30 initiative pledge goals?
I can tell you that we are doing a great deal of work to reach that goal. I can tell you that our 30 for 30 is led by our equity officer, Director Blyther, who is sitting behind me. That is the goal. We're doing a great deal of work. We're partnering with our NOLI partner to just understand better what we can do to attract and retain, because it's not just the recruiting of women, it is also the retention of women in the workforce. And at this point, it is 16.2% of the workforce is sworn is women. And for our professional members, 75.4% of our professional workforce are women. So 16.2% are women in the professional ranks, or the sworn ranks, and for the professional member, it is 74.5%.
Okay, and I appreciate that response. I want to go back to the second question. Is the 30% target that we're setting for FY24, is that realistic? And is it, now I'll go back to the first one too, is it in line with where you guys need it to be for your goals, like your year-by-year goals?
So our yearly goals, you're saying to me, is the 15%? Is what you just?
So I think we're starting at 15.
So we're starting at 15% and going up. So we're above that now at 16.2. I'm not celebrating that number as if that's the pinnacle of where we want to be. The true, I guess, litmus in this is going to be how we attract and how we retain. So we're above what we set in terms of starting at that goal point last year, above the 15%, but we're not quite yet where we want to be, and we're working toward that end to help us stay on par and on track to achieve 30% of the workforce by the year, female, by the year 2030.
Can I add to that?
Please do.
So one of the things, it's one thing to recruit. It's a whole other matter to retain. And we have spent a lot of time and energy working to retain the women that we have. and those efforts are really diverse. One of the biggest things is creating lactation stations for our women who have given birth and then go back to work. And so we have, Director Blyther can give you the exact specifications. We've outfitted a number of the district stations with them. We have one at headquarters, if I'm not mistaken. But that sends a message to the women that we support you. And after you have children, we want you to come back. And we're going to provide you with the mechanism for you to be supported. So that's issue number one. Issue number two, or effort number two, is mentorship. I will tell you, when I took this job, I conducted interviews for EPU, and because that now falls under me, among other things. And what I found was that the women who walked into the interviews, they literally folded themselves up as they walked in. And it took them till the end of the interview to get comfortable enough to kind of straighten out and advocate for themselves. And some of them still couldn't because they were so darn nervous. And that is a function of a variety of things. First and foremost, our sworn members don't spend a lot of time interviewing, right? Or at least they didn't. Before this new administration where we have processes, where we have people apply and we have panel interviews, especially for command, they didn't do that. So, you know, as civilians, we've spent our entire professional careers advocating for ourselves, selling ourselves. This is why I would add value to your operation. They don't do that. So what we've started is a mentorship program. And we have, it's not exclusive to women, for sure. But it is, there is an emphasis on that and making sure that our females, our women who are in command, who are interested in command, are partnered with folks who can support them. Sometimes their mentors aren't women because we don't want them to just be partnered with women, but that they have a whole cadre of professional women to go to. So, and a subset of that is Director Blyther and her team have put together a series of talks amongst the women. I've been one of the speakers, and I believe the series is called Why Women Lead. And it's sworn, it's civilian, it's folks at all different ranks, different perspectives, sharing their experience, good, bad, ugly, so that folks don't feel alone. You know, I will tell you, I've been at the police department since December 2017. I've seen a lot of things. It is a hard place to work for a lot of reasons, not the least of which being a woman. And so I am really, really proud of these efforts, those efforts that we've done. The other thing that we really have to give voice to is the fact that now for command, from captain and above, it is an open process. If you are interested in being considered, you have the opportunity to apply. You can, you know, it's a whole written process. We tell you what the grading metrics are. We tell you things to read, as opposed to where it used to be, which is you were promoted if people liked you, which in an institution that was historically male-dominated, you can imagine that not a lot of times women, you know, they weren't promoted. So we are creating an environment not only where women want to be promoted, but that it can be promoted. So I'm sorry, I know I got a little heated there, but I feel really passionate about this. It's important to me. There have been times in my time, in my tenure here at BPD where I didn't feel accepted. And there was 1 year, you know, before Commissioner Harrison came that really was absolutely the worst year of my professional career, and I'm not a young lady. You know, and so I don't want anybody else to do that, to have to go through that. And so I've brought all of those experiences to bear on this, and I will tell you, Director Blyther has been a real breath of fresh air. She has pushed us to be creative. She has pushed every single woman who is at this, at the dais and behind us to come to the table, support one another, and support those behind us.
I appreciate that response from both of you. I have one follow-up. Because you guys know this issue is important to me. You guys know that the work group is going to be coming very soon. Are there any incentives that are specifically targeted to retaining female officers and/or recruiting female officers?
There are there are no incentives that are specifically expressly targeted at women. That's one of the things that we're working with Nolly about in terms of what is the best practice? How do we recruit? How do we retain? What are the types of incentives that women are looking for? So what appealed, I've been here 29 years, what appealed to my generation isn't the same target that's appealing to the women that we are attracting and retaining now. When we sit as a table of women, we're often sharing experiences and conversations, and the needs and the desires and the goals that are expressed are not aligned necessarily with my generation. So we didn't take a look at this issue from a perspective of how do you see it as a woman that's been on the force? How does the woman see it that we want to join the team and that we want to remain on the team? So we wanted to involve more partners in that evaluation of what will it take to recruit and retain women. Yes, upward mobility is important. Yes, having facilities that suit your needs is important. Yes, having a uniform that fits your body type is important. And I say that because we're wrapping up our uniform evaluation because women have spoken on it. Having body armor that suits your body, that's a big deal. That wasn't always the case. And so I'm wrapping the point up that I'm making, but I wanted to just simply say, we wanted to to ensure that everything about having a woman join the team, we are dotting all of our I's, crossing all of our T's, and we're not doing it from an introspective evaluation. We're talking broadly across what's happening in the nation. As you very well know, it's very difficult to recruit in the profession. We have to focus on those that we know are harder to retain, and that includes minorities, especially double minorities. That not only does there have to be the needs met, there has to be the culture and the climate competency for women to stay. Thank you.
As one of 4 women on the city council, it's refreshing out of a body of 15. This is refreshing to hear. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman McRae. Thanks for your leadership on this. Councilman Schleifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I want to thank you and your leadership team. I know that you guys have been moving mountains over the years. Every day is a new challenge, today included, and I just want to thank you for doing what you said you would do when we met, when you came to the council to talk to the Executive Appointments Committee that you were coming before. I asked you a whole bunch of questions, and you said a lot of things. And I remember the things that you said, and I've been holding you to it, and you've been following through and doing them. And so I don't agree with everything, but nonetheless, you've done what you said you're going to do, and that means a lot. And so thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I certainly hope, with all the talk that's going back and forth about what happens next year, I certainly hope that the administration gives you more time to continue the transformation that you started, because it certainly takes more than just the initial contract to get done what you've been set out to do. Now, on to my question, I've been pretty consistent over the years talking about 2 things that I believe really matter. I mean, a lot matters, but 2 things that really have the impact that we need to see to see the reduction of crime, and that is the detective units and the crime lab. And I'm going to get into the detective units in my second question, but my first question is there a backlog in testing guns in homicide cases? You gotta hit the button.
I'm so sorry. No, homicide cases are the priority for gun testing, so there are backlogs in other areas, but not that one.
Well, why don't you tell us what some of those areas are, since you offered that?
Yeah. Well, we prioritize,
You
of
walked
course.
into that.
Yeah, that's fair. We prioritize, of course, homicides, and then shootings and assaults, and on down all the way to handgun violations. So if we're talking about just operabilities, it depends on where you're talking. So there's the firearms testing, and then there's the biology testing. So if you're talking about firearms, it's in that priority. So homicides go first. Basically, we do them as they come in, so there isn't really much need to prioritize there. In DNA, there is, obviously, because that has a pretty big backlog. But we are really, really good with our violent crimes. So those are the priority for all of the units.
Okay, so you're not like waiting for cases to be coming up to scramble and processing a specific package. You're doing it as soon as it's coming in.
I mean, so for operabilities, yes. There's always a scramble at the end, and there's something that's needed for court. But generally speaking, we're able to meet court dates on homicides. Homicides are the priority. Now, if it's a shooting, there might be a shuffle that needs to happen because something's coming up for court, but we do really tend to base it on court dates. And frankly, the The communication with the state's attorney's office has been much better, so we've been able to coordinate a little bit better and tighten up those court dates recently.
Gotcha. And so do you have all the resources you need in the crime lab?
No, never.
So what would the
Never.
crime lab need in order to process evidence quicker? And I'm going to go back to something I've said pretty much every single year. I've seen it play out. When you have a home invasion, you have some type of violent crime, and then stuff starts getting processed. What you end up finding is that you end up getting hits on cases that arrests have been made prior, and we don't know that suspect was involved in those cases because they don't get processed until after they've been released on, some other charge or something else. And so when we have evidence, which is not all the time, we need to be at a point where every single piece of evidence is being tested because, everything else doesn't really matter if we're not solving crime, and, our clearance rates are a lot lower than they need to be. And I think a big part of that, I think the crime lab, plays a big role in that. So what would the crime lab need in order to help solve more cases and process things in a more timely manner?
I completely and totally agree with you. I do absolutely will say that I am totally biased on this. I think that we are definitely one of the biggest return on investments that the city has, for sure. We're really very, very good at doing what we do with the limited resources that we do. And if someone were to give us the resources that we would really, really, really take advantage of, I think there would be a lot of really quick and easy successes there. So the main
Such as?
issues for us are staffing. I'm sorry, go ahead if you want to keep going.
No, I'm just looking for examples of what things the crime lab needs, like tomorrow, that would make a difference in clearing more cases.
Yeah, our stakeholders are always asking us to do a lot of testing. So, staffing is number one. I mean, we have figured out how to squeeze as much blood as we possibly can out of all the stones that we have. The thing that limits us is the number of hands. So we have capacity, we have the instrumentation, we have budgets for reagents. It's just we don't have the matchup for the demand for services with the people that can do the work. And we don't have issue hiring. So if there were to be staffing plus-ups for us, it would be a really quick turnaround. We're really lucky to be in the region that we're in because there are a ton of colleges that have graduates that are knocking on our door. Usually when we have a posting, Crime Scene, for example, is a really good example of that. We have 300 plus applicants, and we get to pick the cream of the crop. So for us, it's really just a matter of giving us the number of people that matches the demand for the evidence that we have.
And that could also help us with our civilianization, because I assume most of those people are civilians.
All civilians, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to briefly talk about redistricting, and I'm going to say I voted against it because when Bel Air Edison was in Northeast, we sent a letter from 5 community associations to support them to stay there. When Etna Garden said they didn't want to be in Eastern District, in 3 days, they was back in Northeast. You added Old Goucher, you added Charles North and said Northeast too big. So you got a community association, which is Bel Air Edison, said we want to stay in Northeast. They told them no, they had to be in Eastern District. I find it appalling. My second question is, in Eastern and Western District had the most violence and shootings. Am I correct? Am I right?
Eastern has actually had a major reduction right now.
But when you sent all your resources over to Western District, Eastern District and Western District were number 1 and number 2, and I said this before at the meeting. Then you turn around and added additional resources to Western District. You still haven't come to Eastern District. Now you're going to Southwest District, and you still haven't come to Eastern District, and the people in the Eastern District deserve the same kind of service that everybody else get. I can tell you a neighborhood right now in my district, they've been getting shootings for 40 years. Nothing changed. Police come here, sit, and they come back, and they shoot again. So all I'm saying is, the way you distribute your resources, to me, you disrespect people in Eastern District. All them shootings, just something on Greenmount today, right now. 3 young men, right now. Because the numbers are down, but the resources are not there. And I felt like if you're going to do a pilot program in Western District and you got Eastern District that's 1 or 2, and you didn't even put that same resource in Eastern District, and now you're going to Southwest. You done still haven't brought no additional resources over there. And the only reason why their numbers are down, because I was able to get a business person to buy 22 bicycles for the officers. Every officer in this city, every police district in this city should have bicycles. Because everybody, you know, you hear the community talking about you can't get out the car. It's warm. Every police district should have bicycles in this city. My second was I want the budget of every police district in this city, how much their budget is, and not based on the size. Because I want to see what those numbers look like in terms of budget for each police district. Mr. Chair, I want to request for every police district in this city, I want this committee to see what their budget look like. And I know some of them are going to say, well, they too big. I know that's going to happen, but I want to see where the money really, where the resources are going in the city in certain neighborhoods. Because anytime Etna Gardens in 3 days say I don't want to be in Eastern District, and it happened. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman, you're looking for current year or fiscal 24?
I want to, I guess the last 5 years to look at that, the budgets for each police district, how that money is being distributed.
Hi, Councilman Andy Spolian, Deputy Chief of Staff. We'll get you the last 5 years. I believe we sent you a few months ago, fiscal 22, and just for your reference, fiscal 23 is on page 231 of your budget book.
And how do you base the budget, each district on their budget?
And for that, I'm going to defer to our CFO.
Okay. Mr. Chair, request, thank you.
I think, can we take a written narrative on that, Councilman? Or do you want a response now? You can have a response now if you want.
Go ahead, I'm good.
Yeah, when we redid the patrol budgets for redistricting, we tried to equalize all the budgets as evenly as possible based on the staffing. Now it's going to fluctuate slightly based on the tenure of the staffing. So if there's an area with slightly new officers, then obviously the dollars are going to be slightly less. And if there's an area with slightly more tenured officers, then the dollars are going to be a little bit more. The staffing numbers, though, are as evenly possible that we could distribute them.
Well, how did old Goucher and Charles North, who was in Northern, all of a sudden in Northeast? Bel Air Edison been in Northeast for a long time.
Thank you. Councilman Burnett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question about here we go. So can you elaborate, we've had this conversation a few times, on the solve rate for sex offenses, which has been consistently low year to year. What is the department doing to be more proactive in addressing this, whether it's additional training, detectives, additional supports for victims, or additional resources for the department? What are we doing to elevate the solve rate for sex crimes in Baltimore?
Yep, I can help you with that. What we've done, the sex offense unit, they actually probably are one of the most, the closest to fully staffed. We have to keep staff there according to consent decree. We constantly do additional training, plus we've implemented victim services, where we try, it's not only just police, it's our victim services will help out with some other things. And what we recently did is we reorganized the criminal investigation division a little bit. We put a lieutenant there who spent many years there, Lieutenant McGarry. We moved him back into the sex offense unit, and I think that's going to pay dividends because he's got a wealth of experience and can help guide the younger sergeants and detectives. But we're constantly looking at ways to train the detectives better so that we can trauma-informed responses with the hospitals. And the last hearing we got kudos for the response that we've done from one of the trauma nurses. So
Yeah, and we've done trainings in 2021, 2022, targeted towards sexual assault investigations, and with supervisors of the sexual assault training unit. And then moving forward, our case management system, technology we're finally bringing online. We're getting rid of Lotus Notes, finally. And CID, and right now the child abuse unit is the first unit, because it's one of the more complex units, but we're going to move into the rest of SIS, and sexual assaults are part of their purview. So they're going to get the benefit of one of the most advanced systems for better case management, which again, as you talk about clearance rates, it's ensuring that all of our detectives are following through and following up on the various kind of checklist processes that ensure that every aspect of a case is being fully investigated, and that supervisors have the most modern tools to be able to measure, monitor, and maintain those kind of investigations going forward. So those are the things we're about to start investing in and seeing in, and we have continuous training in this topic almost every year through the consent decree process.
And the sex offense unit, other than homicide, they're the most staffed, highly staffed. They have 1 lieutenant, 4 sergeants, and 20 detectives in the sex offense unit.
So it's not about the staffing. I guess what are some of the contributing factors then, if you're saying that, the staffing levels are where they should be? Obviously, there's this technology solution. Are there other tactics that you're using to implement?
Supervisory tactics, so we talked about this as well, but it's ensuring we're also creating an environment that victims can come forward and feel comfortable about providing the information. So we've done a lot of investments in our actual facilities, ensuring that they are kind of soft spaces and can be a welcoming environment, because it's very traumatic for them to recount and provide testimony to what's happened. So again, these are all part and parcel to a lot of the reforms mandated under the decree, whole section on sexual assault investigations and how we manage and handle that. And we're starting to see the dividends of that. Of course, we want to see more progress. But again, we're trying to make sure we're comparing ourselves against national averages. I'm not sure where we are right now today against those national comparatives, but this is an area where we see, a lot of potential for growth. And again, through the technology, better supervision, better management of cases, we hope to see that improve. And, again, try to make it so that it's not a re-traumatizing experience for these victims to come back through and seek the department's help in getting justice for what's happened to them.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to shift gears a little bit and focus on where we are with the consent decree. I'll first start with how much do we pay yearly for monitoring for the consent decree?
Approximately $1.5 million annually.
Okay. And since we entered the consent decree, how much have we paid?
To the monitoring team?
Yes.
Times 6, so roughly $9 million.
Got it. Thank you. And I know we had.
Again, let me give you an exact figure, but it's an approximation of about $9 million. We can give you.
It would actually help to have an exact figure. If we can do that as a follow-up, that'd be great. I'm curious, and then also as far as the implementation, I know the consent decree required that we do a series of trainings, technology investments, and otherwise. Do we have a sense of what that's cost us to date?
Yes. So in looking at this exercise, we try to make sure that we're capturing as many different categories into that as we can. There was some information we provided last year, similar question. We can provide it again with updated figures with FY2023 costs. But there's a lot of things that go into what that means. And so it's important that we kind of put them into different buckets. So for training is a big piece of the puzzle. But every time you take an officer offline to go to mandated training, you have to backfill that officer in patrol. So we try to count those personnel replacement costs and overtime costs and estimate those as well. We, of course, have the technology you mentioned. Those kind of investments reach into everything from body-worn cameras to tasers to a host of other things that are required for us to be compliant with the decree. Our records management system, I mentioned case management. These are all things that you can't monitor what you can't measure, and we've had a huge problem with our systems not being sufficient enough to provide the assessment data required. Of course, additional personnel that are directly tied to the consent decree, but so my position is 100% on the consent decree, but I would say that DC Briscoe's position is maybe 25%. So we've made those kind of allocations of personnel requirements. And so the other piece of the puzzle, and this is really key, is that we're also trying to capture the capital costs associated with retention strategies, because retention is part of the consent decree as well. Our staffing requirements are a part of the consent decree as well. So it really is depending on, what is the layers of this onion for the department and how much are you really categorizing. And so we try to take that multi-faceted approach to this review. But we can get you those figures, but we've made millions of dollars of investments across all those categories, and it's important to provide context. So yes, the monitors are one piece, and they will always be a discrete piece. But there are aspects of our agency that will be built up as a result of the consent decree. I'm thinking of our performance standards unit, who's responsible for auditing and being the self-correcting, self-assessing part of our agency that won't go away once the consent decree is completed, because it will be the mechanism that replaces the monitors. So these kind of investments, but for the consent decree, would we have done X? Well, these are important considerations to make about how we're transforming the department and making sure those resources are properly allocated. So we can get you all of that. Again, we provided something similar last year. We'll provide it again this year. But those kind of investments, they have to be offset and understood against the kind of cost savings that we've seen in things like less litigation costs. I would defer to the Chief of Legal Affairs, Justin Conroy, who could speak to some of that. But with our use of force policy, we've seen complaints from excessive force go down by more than 40%. Those are cases from which we're not getting sued, frankly, as a department and as a city. Those are investments that we can then do other things with that are very important. When we have stop searches and arrest training, that brings us to a place where we're actually articulating the stop and making sure that there's reasonable, articulable suspicion, probable cause. They're not getting dismissed in court anymore. This department used to arrest thousands of people a year, only to have those charges dismissed because we didn't have proper training or proper probable cause. When that happens now, in fact, we document that, we audit that. On a quarterly basis, we look at what used to be hundreds of these cases in a given quarter is now down to the single digits. And in those instances, it's usually some form of prosecutorial discretion or some other issue that is certainly something we can go back and retrain on the department. So the investments we've made help reduce the risk of harm to the people of Baltimore that the department, which was committing unconstitutional practices and patterns, is no longer doing in that systemic way, because we're, again, compliant with 86%, either on track or have demonstrated initial compliance with 86% of the paragraphs in our decree, and it is one of the largest consent decrees in the nation. So that's a huge testament to the work that we've done and the investments made by this council, by the mayor, and the department to be able to get that done.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I want to commend you, Commissioner, and your team for all the work that you guys have done and gals have done to really transform the department. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I definitely see it in the way that we take on issues and the way we approach the work. I want to finish off a couple pieces here. So one, I would love, we had a graphic that measured our progress toward completing the consent decree. I'd love an update of that graphic that shows us the breakdown of what, yeah, it was really, really helpful, very easy to read. Is it in? Yes.
You look on page 25.
Fantastic. All right. And then the sort of final question regarding the money tied to the consent decree. Do we have a sense of the outstanding and expected costs to come in order to complete it? Yeah.
Yes, we can provide that. We have projections that go out, on a 5-year look back, just to kind of put a number to that. They include a lot of capital costs that we would love to see.
Sure.
Especially in improving working conditions of district stations and the like. But, we can provide context for that. And
I'm not sure if we have the ability to do this yet. You mentioned it, and so I'm going to ask: do we have the ability to assess dollars saved through the implementation, reduction in complaints, reduction in lawsuits? Do we have any sense of that?
I mean, I think, look, when we are trying to measure the thing that didn't happen, right? So it's very difficult. But
Sure.
when we talk about, for instance, reduction in uses of force, reductions in police-involved shootings, and a percentage of those that end up in court and end up through settlements, there's a way for us to try to put a pin in that. Again, the but for the consent decree, would this expense have existed? It's very difficult, but it's something that, given enough time and context, we might be able to try and put a dollar figure on. But again, I think our goal is to ensure that all of the things that we're doing that are impacting transformation of the department are transparent, they're given proper context, but it can be very difficult to measure the thing that we avoided. And that's a piece that it's a worthwhile exercise, I believe, but it would take some time for us to really understand the assumptions and parameters.
I think there's a way, thank you for that, but I think there's a way to do that in consultation with the law department, who can talk about, if not money saved, like the reduction in complaints from citizens of use of force, litigation going back a year, litigation going back 2 years, and the slowing of lawsuits being filed and or won or lost. I think there's a way in consultation with the law department to get, and I think that's kind of where you were going with that.
Yeah, not a perfect science, but certainly something
Yes.
that'll be helpful for us as we think about, sustaining these policies in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Councilman Cohen?
Thank you. And I'm going to pick up where my colleague left off in talking about the consent decree. And I do also want to recognize that this is a much stronger department in terms of integrity than the one that you inherited. And I certainly appreciate that.
Thank you.
My challenge is that I don't know that folks in the public necessarily experience the consent decree as having moved the needle for this department. There was a pretty blistering Baltimore Banner article the other day, and there's this one quote that stuck out to me. It was from Tim Mygat, who is with the DOJ, and he was asked about, at the neighborhood level, how have attitudes in Baltimore changed toward the department? And he said, short answer is not as much as we'd like to see. People continue to say, we don't see it yet, we don't feel it yet. So I think the challenge is that if the public still doesn't appreciate, understand the consent decree and what it has done for the department, then I think it's hard for the reforms to have a lasting impact. I think some of that's on the monitoring team, some of that's on communications, but what are we doing to ensure that folks in the public really understand the import of the consent decree? Because I hear a lot of people say this is just expensive and it's money that we're throwing at lawyers and we don't see the impact.
I'll say that over the 4 years, over the more than 4 years now, there've been, I want to say the number is like 193, a number close to that, of public meetings, and I can give you the exact number, the number of public meetings that have been hosted either by us, by the DOJ, the monitoring team, or a combination of that. Public meetings where we're educating the public on what it is and where we are. We make portions of our district commander meetings dedicated to talking about the consent decree. And we're doing that quarterly. And then our compliance team is going out in communities on a regular basis, hosting meetings. Now, are the meetings, well attended, like a commander's meeting? Maybe not as much as we'd like, but we're trying to do our due diligence to always educate the public on where we are with the consent decree. I think the metric most telling is we have done more work. We have gotten, especially last year, when you think about getting 2,600 guns off the street with more than 1,600 gun arrests. That's more than we had when we had 3,000 officers, and we did that with 2,100. And we did that with a reduction of 50% in citizens' complaints of use of force. The number one type of police engagement likely to use force or have people to resist is a gun arrest or a drug arrest. And we made more gun arrests and drug arrests than we did when we had 3,000 people, but while also reducing citizen complaints of use of force, which means the department is doing it the right way, and we're doing more of it the right way. When you put those metrics together, that's pretty telling that the men and women are performing very, very well, though the citizens are not perhaps complimenting us on that, they're complaining half as much, if that makes sense, at least when it comes to use of force. Complaints are use of force.
No,
So that's a very, very telling metric, that we would exponentially increase the workload, especially in the area that we used to always get complaints of use of force, to cutting that in half. And to the point that Deputy Commissioner came when I came back into the room, the release without charges have come down to, from in the thousands down to single digits, which means that the officers are applying Fourth Amendment and are doing it, by the book, by the law, by the Constitution. And we have a better acceptance rate. We're seeing now more of those cases making it through the court system, back to the conversation of consequences. We're seeing fewer cases get kicked out because we made mistakes and we made constitutional errors, either by mistake or on purpose. And when you put all that together in one package, we see a very, very, very different department. Now, we would love to be able to see a citizen satisfaction metric that measures what we see in the performance metric. We would love to see that, but those are just things we're constantly working on.
Again, appreciate all of that work. I will just say that it has not been reflected, at least to me, that folks on the street in community understand and see the gains in terms of community relationships with officers. My question here, what's your expectation for when we are exiting out?
I believe that just in, first of all, knowing how this works and seeing it done now twice, I think we are as close as any city can be, and I think now that we have the technology for the monitors to actually do qualitative and quantitative assessments. Before, they were just combing through thousands upon thousands of paper documents. Now we actually have the technology for them to do their assessment in a digital way, in a meaningful way. I think now that we are embarking upon this early intervention system, which is a huge piece of technology, which hasn't even started yet, but once we have that and the assessment phase has begun, I think you will see the Department of Justice and the monitoring team give the department positive marks as we now create a pathway toward the exit. Judge Bedard has often said he wants the department to succeed and to come from under court supervision. I think now that we can actually do the because we're a self-assessing agency now, but when the monitors can assess every part of the agency and all the court functions and all the more than 500 paragraphs, and then give us a grade of where we are compared to the grade that we give ourselves about where we are, I think in the very near future, you'll see us with a pathway toward an exit. It's a couple of years, perhaps, in my estimation.
Part of it, too, Councilman, is even the judge has said this. We need to tell our story better. We need to put our message out there in more creative and more sustained kind of ways. I think the document that's sitting on your desk there about our accomplishments over the last 4 years, about the transformation of the department, is part of us telling that story better. But in that, we talk about 130 different community events that have been nothing about the consent decree since 2019 that we've done throughout all 9 districts consistently every year. The community collaboration program, the community policing program, what that means about problem solving, about being active. We've seen more proactive engagements on things like foot patrols and directed patrols in 2022 than we've ever seen, again, with fewer officers. And the other thing that's really important too is that we're not satisfied with where people think we are. We want to make sure we're changing hearts and minds too. In fact, I just approved something where we're going to be sending out information about the consent decree to every person in the city that has a water bill. We're going to be sending out a flyer inside of their water bill so that they have the ability to see and understand and have links to information about the consent decree process. I think part of it is just making sure folks know that, do they feel safer in their communities? Do they feel more satisfied with the delivery of services? We understand that there's always going to be some perception of the department. That's very difficult to overcome based on our history. But at the same time, are we seeing measurable progress? One of the things we are looking forward to in the coming months is the finalization of a community survey to get data on this, to really understand had the perceptions improved since the last time the community survey was done through the consent decree process, which was back in 2020. So we look forward to seeing those results. We anticipate those results will, hopefully be a positive for the department. Hasn't been finalized yet, so once it is, we'll ensure to share it with you all. But again, making sure we're telling our story better, making sure we're then getting that data and then finding ways to improve upon ourselves. That's a critical part of the decree as well.
I appreciate that. It seemed that many of our most prolific police reform advocates were extremely hopeful when we began the decree and are less hopeful now. But, I hope to see it improve, and I hope that we exit out soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Porter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner, I had a question about the new, I believe it was Burley improvement system. Am I thinking about that correctly? It's the compliance or the tracking of officers, any mishaps the officers have. Am I thinking about that correctly?
Early intervention.
Early intervention, sorry. It's late. Early intervention systems. Can you speak to the continuity with other jurisdictions? One of the things that I am concerned about is officers coming from other jurisdictions with misconducts on their record and then be able to go through the process of recruitment here in the city of Baltimore.
We can take that.
Well, that's a very good observation, very good question. The early intervention system is out for bid right now, and we are, moving really fast. It's been one of the things Judge Berdar has said he's been dissatisfied with, the speed in which we can procure that and build it and get that up and running. I don't know that catches what you're talking about, which is members in the profession coming from other agencies with misconduct. What I can tell you is that the Training Standards Commission, Maryland Training Standards Commission, there is a state law and a mandate that agencies report that misconduct for decertification to the Maryland Training and Standards Commission. So someone who leaves the agency and is not in good standing because they have discipline in their history, when we do our investigations for hire, that's something we check. We check with the Training Commission. We also check with the agency, just in case they did leave in good standing, but there are other things inside their history. And then we can make a determination if they're suitable for hire. But the standards are very, very high here in Baltimore. We're not lowering the standards, but we are mandated to pass on to the Training Commission people who are not in good standing, and so that they cannot lateral and or transfer into another agency, likewise from them to us.
Okay.
But the early intervention system is, I don't think it's not designed to catch that.
Okay.
It's designed for supervisors to upload data when we see unwanted performance and unwanted behavior, and as it escalates, we can create an intervention before it becomes a disciplinary issue.
Okay, and how does that flow into the police integrity unit?
Go ahead.
So I think between Deputy Commissioner Nato and myself, we kind of answered this question. Early intervention systems are built around a lot of things that end up in the Public Integrity Bureau. So part of what we're measuring, part of the triggers and different pieces of the puzzle we try to understand how officers' behavior around are things like use of force, which are tracked through his shop, whether there's a misconduct complaint, these are pieces of the puzzle that I know that DC NATO can speak to.
And before you answer the question, does that also include domestic violence?
Yes, any suit that's out there, any criminal action, anything that's in the court system, it's designed to flag those as well.
Yes, ma'am. So what my shop does is we keep a record of all misconduct complaints, whether or not they're sustained, not sustained, exonerated, or unfounded, against all members of the agency. This is going to feed into the early warning system, because that, along with other things that supervisors may be seeing, other folks in the agency may be seeing, may be a trigger. Currently, we manually do that. We go through, look for repeat offenders, people that are coming in with constant complaints, what districts do we have complaints in, what supervisors do we have complaints with, et cetera, following that, trying to track that. This system is going to help us automate it, so it'll be quicker, and there'll be no human error to it.
And just to reiterate, the goal of an intervention system is really designed around officer retention.
Okay.
Right? The idea is to understand what's going on in that officer's behavior and to be able to compare it against comparable officers in different cohorts, right? So if you have a particular officer who is not performing at the rates compared to their peers within the agency of a similar assignment, then that's a flag for us to be able to review, call the person in, talk to the supervisor, and see if there's something we can't get in front of, right? And so we try to grab as many different metrics, but again, it's very important. The early intervention system does not live in the Integrity Bureau.
Okay.
It lives in the Administrative Bureau.
So-
it's an HR management tool.
So it's an HR management tool?
It's an
and
officer
not-
safety and wellness tool.
Okay. I'll have more questions for that based on that response.
Please.
But
No,
I'll,
and again,
yeah.
it's important to bill it that way because if our officers and our supervisors feel that the system is punitive on the front end, you're not going to get participation in it.
Agreed.
And that's the best practice way of managing that throughout other jurisdictions who have similar systems and the one that we're required to have under the
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
And ma'am, we have a very robust health and wellness program. Whenever there's an issue with an officer that pops up, health and wellness is one of the first locations that we notify. Our health and wellness team reaches out. They have a full team that reaches out to officers to make sure that we're getting them the proper assistance they need if they do need assistance. Because what we want to do is retain them. And as you know, anywhere in life, if you have a lot of problems that are dragging you down, whether from inside the agency or outside, it makes it difficult to work. So we have a very nationally recognized health and wellness program that works with folks on a daily basis. We call them quite often to let them know what's going on with our members, and they act accordingly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ramos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick follow-up on Councilman Conway's comment. We want the more detailed version of this. That would be helpful. I think he's already made the request, but I just wanted to verbally express it.
Yep, I'm already coordinating with my staff to share with Nate, so there
You
was
provide any information you need on that metric or how it's come up and different paragraphs that are under, I mean, there's a 300-page report that speaks to every single one. This is designed to summarize that, but again, we can provide as much data as possible. One of the things, in fact, the monitors asked me just last week is, look, you got these red paragraphs, you got these yellow paragraphs. What's your plan to get the red to the yellow to green? And that's already the approach we were taking in identifying what's necessary to get us into compliance with all these paragraphs, not just the ones that are already in compliance.
Yeah,
But
there's
I
just the
apologize.
other
Yeah,
chart that we see in the committee is a lot more detailed and sectioned off in a way that it's clear, much clearer for us. So my question is about the smart policing strategy. I think you launched it last year, literally around this time. I did glance through this when you gave it to us. I don't, if I missed it, forgive me, but can you go over how it's going? So again, if I understood correctly, that the smart policing was designed to kind of get some of the things that officers shouldn't be doing out of the officer's hands, right? So online police reports, another set of folks that are just doing traffic, and there were a couple of others. If you could let us know if that has achieved the goals that you've wanted it to achieve. I will say there have been 2 instances where I've needed a police report. We had the number, but it wasn't on the website. So there have been, and Shannon was amazing to help me get those reports. But that wasn't the design. So it may have been, a blip or whatever, but, just want to get a sense of, again, this whole idea of getting some of the stuff out of our officers' hands and taking so much time to get a report and all of that, if we're increasing our response times as a result, that people are getting their reports on time, what are those metrics that you've been following and whether or not that's actually occurred in this first year of the program?
I think it is doing what it's designed to do. I won't say that we actually have met the actual metric goal that we would like to see, but we're certainly headed there and close to it. It's about burden reduction. It's about removing responsibility from the police that someone else could do or doesn't need to be done by police. And so I think it's doing, I'll let Deputy Commissioner Melanson go over some specific numbers, with telephone reporting, with online reporting, with the total removal of certain calls that we didn't want to do, and with the future of having a third-party vendor handle minor traffic fender bender accidents, the responses, the fewer responses to false alarms, all of the above. I think it's accomplishing what we wanted to do. We'd like to see more of it, and I'll let him get into specific numbers.
So, in anticipation, we try to make sure we pull this data and get a good beat on it. So, in 2022, we were able, the calendar year, 2022, we were able to cover 50,795 calls to the telephone reporting unit alone, which is tremendous. I think part of, when you look at the sum of the whole there, it's roughly 10% of all calls for service. Our goal is to get that up to 25%, right? So we're not trying to rest on our laurels there. But, you know, in this same time, so the FY23 data, you know, we've got it broken out different ways, and we can cut and slice it however you'd like. But the calendar year to date, right, we've handled 31,929 calls from January 1 till the 3rd of June. That's a 77% increase over what it was at the same duration last year, right? And so this is due in large part to the council's investment in civilian positions that we've added to TRU. We've made some additional supervisory increases to the TRU as well. We talked about reorganization in the budget. Communications and the TRU, all that falls under my command now. So it's all part of a unified strategy for getting us into alignment with our staffing goals, which again are tied back to these kind of initiatives, these SMART goal initiatives. Online reporting, we still want to see more, but we handled year to date about 1,240 of those calls this year. I don't have in front of me what it was last year at the same time, but I can get that for you. We know we need to do more on online reporting. It's another vehicle by which we can get folks the information they need. It's the same service that TRU provides, just a different method. So in a city that has a lot of digital divide issues, we want to make sure both are optional for folks, and we encourage folks to, for anyone in the sound of my voice, if you need a report for your insurance, this is the place to go, right? And so we can definitely make sure we, again, tell our story better when it comes to that information. As far as accident management, this is another big piece of the puzzle. We've secured our contract a couple of months ago with the Board of Estimates on developing a pilot program for the city. We're going to bring in 2 units online to handle nothing but low-level fender-dender traffic accidents. And that goal is to try to see how many we can capture. I mean, each one of those is anywhere between an hour to an hour and a half spent of a patrol officer's time trying to clear, manage, and then wait for the tow truck to come. And ultimately, all most folks are doing there is training information. There's really no requirement to file reports. But this system with a vendor will actually create a process by which we're making sure there's going to be a record, a report, and there's information that can be provided to insurance companies who is interested in this. Overall, we are very happy about the progress on that, and we're going to collect about 6 months' worth of data to make an assessment about whether or not we can do a full RFP for a full program. Those 2 cars is not enough to cover all the traffic accidents in the city. You need closer to 15 of those units. We want to go through this with a pilot project first, and then do a full RFP process to make sure there's a competitive process on that and follow our directives on that.
Is that, so you're just going to do 2 cars initially. Where is that going to be?
We're going to move them around. So we're going to look at where the data suggests those traffic accidents are happening. And again, using data-driven approach.
35th and the Alameda.
And, well, fair enough. We're happy to take suggestions. But overall, our goal is to try to move those around, see where the greatest impact can be, and understanding that, it's about available resources. So, how much time does it take for our officers to get there based on other prioritization of calls? Mm-hmm. These are not the highest priority calls. So, again, we're trying to provide services as best we can for the, folks who are impacted by this call for service. And I will say that every TRU call, the 50,000 I just mentioned in 2022, the 31,000 that we've seen so far this year, it's not even halfway done yet, right? Those are, anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes of patrol officer time every time, right? It's upwards of 20 to 25,000 hours of patrol time that the TRU is effectively handling instead of our officers. That allows them to be more present in their communities, more available, and responsive to other emergencies that are a priority. And so still, we want to get more. We want to try to build more capacity in that unit. But overall, I've been very satisfied with the direction we're going. It's, you know, we want to do more, but again, it's about making sure that the folks out there know that this is a service that they can leverage, they can provide, and it's another way to receive policing services without burdening our patrol officers for something that's a minor priority, like a package being stolen off of your front porch.
Do you have Spanish speakers on the call center?
We have a language line that's accessible.
Do you have Spanish speakers on the?
I don't know that answer, but I can
Okay.
find out for you.
Yeah, the language line is fine. It is not good enough. This is, you know, the fire department's working on getting more Spanish speakers on 911. Sure. They have a new text feature where you can actually do texting and it translates automatically, which is pretty cool. So it's just, you know, continuing to really think about that because it's not necessarily fair that, you know, people of other languages wouldn't be able to access the service.
I do know our online platforms are provided in other languages. I will find out for you, you know, what our census of beyond English speaking is happening in our unit. So.
Okay, that's great. And I'm sure our friends have that.
Yeah. Well,
and then just following up on the smart policing.
Well, Councilman, we're going to push that to the next one. I'm sorry, Deputy Commissioner, I'm going to ask you to tighten up your responses a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I can also just take a request just to get the
Yes.
report, okay?
Yep.
And so
can.
if I could just get your report from, you know, the year that you've been doing it and plans for implementation and what your goals are for next year, that would be helpful. That's all I need. Thank you.
Nate, you got that? Thank you. Seems like your colleagues got a kick out of that, but I figure if I have to ask my colleagues, I might as well ask you. Hang on one second. Councilman Glover. He's gone. Councilman Torrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I just want to extend some sincere thank you to Major Johnson of the Northern. We had a power outage in 3 communities, and her officers have been helping us coordinate with that power outage right now. So just want to extend some thank yous to the Major.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So my next question is going to go related to, since July 1 is going to occur, and we're going to have a change in terms of recreational marijuana, what and how are we adapting to providing, and I hate to say this out loud, stops in relationship to marijuana? I know that the law has changed. However, what is the general orders that we're issuing to officers, and especially if there is some probable cause?
Well, there is a change in the law. We've given officers guidance. There will be more guidance to be given to the officers about what we will be doing going forward. Number one, it is still unlawful, I believe, to smoke it outdoors and in a public place. What we know is that the smell of burned marijuana or the smell of burning marijuana or unburned marijuana in the past gave us reasonable suspicion to make a stop. That will no longer exist. And so officers have to, again, go back to and continue to only make stops based on Fourth Amendment reasonable suspicion, which gives us the legal authority to stop if a crime is, was, or is about to be committed. The pretextual authority we had based on marijuana will no longer exist. And so we're giving guidance on that. Officers will, in consultation with the state's attorney's office, who helped us design policy on what we should be doing going forward, especially when it comes to simple possession of a small amount. That will be something that we will be giving a citation for if it does not, if it's over the threshold that's allowed by state law now. And then there are cases for possession with intent to distribute and or distribution that we give guidance on that will still, we'll still be doing that because that will still be against the law, especially if it meets the certain weight threshold. And so the officers are giving guidance based on the change in the law. We do know that there are some changes that will disallow us from doing some of the things that the law previously allowed us to do.
So I asked that question because I think about 2 parts in terms of the sale of marijuana in my district, and just being transparent. So I'm going to put in a committee request to see what your thinking is around traditional Terry stops if there is an actual person versus their vehicle stop as well, so to understand it, so we can educate the public on it as well. Because I think that's one of the things that we really need to have a conversation about, because as of July 1, we don't really have that much guidance, especially if someone's operating under the influence with marijuana of a vehicle. So I think that we need to really just have that conversation publicly so we can talk about responsible use as well.
Absolutely. We'll see to it you get it.
Mr. President. Mr. Commissioner, last evening we met with Monty to hear their budget, and we talked about the success of the GVRS in the Western District. I know Councilman Conway referenced these numbers earlier. At the beginning of the hearing, we were told that there was a 25.4% reduction in violent crime in the Western District. After extensive back and forth with officials from Monty, we were told three different figures. I think it was a 33.8% reduction, a 25.4% reduction, and then a 2% reduction. When asked about the 21% increase in homicides, which you addressed earlier when Councilman Conway asked the question, there seemed to be some confusion and certainly frustration on our end as we were trying to figure out how it is that there was a reduction in violence in the Western District. It became further apparent that Monty is measuring that reduction in violence using an aggregate of both fatal and non-fatal shootings. Is that something that the department ever does when we're talking about statistics in a public forum?
Well, thank you. I think when we, as the police department, when we talk about violent crime, actually, I think robbery is included in those metrics. So, because that's a crime of violence. And so we're including robbery when we say the reduction or the increase in overall violent crime. We include all the robbery categories, along with shootings and along with murder. But when if you wanted to be specific about the reduction in homicides, the reduction in non-fatal shootings, or the reduction in shooting incident type crimes, we don't include robberies in that. That's something separate. But overall violent crime, in conversations that we're having or explanations I'm usually including robbery in that statistic.
Thank you. And what added to the confusion was it turns out the 25.4% reduction in violence was a comparison of 2 periods of 17 months. I'm going to do my best to illustrate it with my hands on a chronological timeline, this being old, this being current. January 1st of 2021 through May 31st of 2022, and then January 1st of 2022 through May 31st of 2023. So that reduction, again, after extensive back and forth, became clear that there was a comparison of a 17-month period, one starting January 1st of 21 and one starting January 1st of 2022, which included overlap of 5 months. So I'm not sure what the appropriate metric is to determine the success of GVRS in the Western. I'd be very curious to hear what the department's position is on the extent to which this program has been successful.
Well, I think we usually talk about success talking about from the inception of the pilot program, or to me, January, the beginning of the year in 2022, leading up through the end of the year in 2022, and then we have first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, but the beginning of it was early, January of 2022. If you're asking about the success of that year, now if we're asking about the increase or decrease in Western District. The most simple explanation would be the year-to-date comparison. January 1st of this year till today, or to a certain date that we would decide, compared to January 1st of the previous year to the same day in a year-to-year comparison. And, you know, our deputy can give you those numbers if you're interested in those numbers.
I appreciate that. I think, and I'm going to go off of what Councilman Stokes was saying before and then wrap up my point here. I'm looking at the data from May 23rd, Exum, so I know there's been at least 1 week since then. So I'll assume that this data is still accurate, but crime in the Western District is up in virtually every category. In fact, as of May 23rd, year over year, the only categories in which there have been an improvement are non-fatal shootings. Rape has remained static at 0, thankfully, where it should be. Aggravated assault and burglary. Everything else, homicide, that was attempt rape, forced rape, robbery, robbery carjacking, robbery commercial, robbery in general, larceny, larceny from auto, larceny in general, auto theft, arson, common assault. Those are all up. So again, I would ask you again, do we think that's successful? And let me ask the question a little more directly. Do we have violence in the Western District today?
We had a shooting? Yes.
Non-fatal?
Yes.
Anything else in the Western in terms of shooting, homicide? Just one?
I believe that's the one.
Unless something else has come out that we haven't seen yet, I haven't.
Okay. I don't know anything that.
We had one come out while we were in here, unless something's come out in the last couple minutes or so.
That was the first question I've asked this week that I didn't know the answer to. I was honestly curious, so. Okay, I appreciate it. Council Vice President Middleton. Councilwoman McCray.
First, Commissioner, I appreciate you meeting with myself and other elected officials maybe a few weeks ago within East Baltimore. One of the things that I spoke about were the lesser offenses, the quality of life crimes, loitering, out-of-state tags. And I thank you and Captain Mercado for comprehensively answering my questions. I do appreciate it. I'm asking this next question because of, and this is something I brought up, of a location on Frankfurt Avenue where a business owner who is providing a safe space for young girls to dance and not have any idle time, she had to put a sign on the front of her business instructing parents and family members to drop the young girls off and the other children who participate in that business to the rear of the building due to the excessive loitering. So while, as I stated when I met you, and I have ongoing conversations with Northeast District, and I ain't the person like to just say, hey, nobody's doing anything. When I mentioned it, they did increase the engagement at that location. I will say that. And I'm working with other agencies. I say that I'm doing my part. I'm working with multiple agencies to make sure that there's engagement and wraparound services for the young men and the young women who are because there's young women there too, loitering with the young men. Working to make sure that they are being engaged, that they're getting wraparound services, that we're doing the best that we can as a city. But I need all hands on deck, and I'm a little concerned when I hear at this hearing that there are, as we're going into a citation initiative, that there are officers who haven't written a citation at all. Because I know the first step of your policy, you have to give some warnings, and then it's a discretion, and then it's a citation, and it's possibly something else. So it was briefly mentioned, but can you fully outline, or can someone on your team just fully outline what training is going to look like for the officers for the citation initiative?
Absolutely. And I think when you hear us say some have never written a citation, we are usually talking about newer officers who just joined the department, who may not have been out long, who may have joined the department during a time when we were not prosecuting any of the low-level offenses or quality of life offenses, either through arrest or through citation. And so I think you're hearing these are newer officers, but I'll let the deputy go into what the policy is and really quickly what the training is to get everybody ready for this.
So we're undertaking a collaborative approach with the state's attorney's office on this. You know, it's funny, I was in this meeting a couple of weeks ago, and she showed me a really old citation from an officer who wrote it up, and it wasn't properly written up. It was just talked about, it was an assault, you know, or something simple, right? But it didn't provide the guidance necessary for it to be a legal citation that could then be enforced in court. So when we talk about the training, we're going to go step by step through every field of that citation to ensure that it's properly being filled out, that the information about the actual code and the articles of either the state or the city are being referenced, because without that, it has to be null prost. Without the appropriate court date, the court date has to be correct. We're working with the courts to make sure that there's a docket, a single day every month that we assign as the arraignment date, so that we're properly giving out that guidance. And then making sure our officers are providing us with the information about their availability, because we don't want to go through all this process, have a trial date set after the arraignment, and they're not available to be in court to testify of what happened, if that's in fact the path that we have to go on. So our training is going to be extensive on all of this. It's going to be put out to the entire department. There's going to be acknowledgement of that training, questions that have to be asked and answered as part of an interactive portion of this. It's designed to be an e-learning training. It doesn't have to be in person. But part of it is just making sure that, again, a tool that hasn't been used in several years is something that we're adequately, putting out there. And again, we're going to be auditing it on our side in the Compliance Bureau to ensure that if folks or particular individuals or particular units or even particular districts aren't getting it right, that they get refresher guidance, that we have roll call training and everything else that can be done to make sure that there's proper guidance about doing it correctly. It is going to be a learning process. I will be the first to admit that, but it's important for us to make sure that we're getting it right. Again, we're coordinating with the State's Attorney's Office to do that, to make sure it's a tool in the toolbox for our officers.
I appreciate that. I know a large focus within your agency is data-driven. We know that Northeast Baltimore, those service calls that are coming in are for a lot of lesser-known crimes, quality of life crimes again. Is there, during the rollout, are you prioritizing based on your data, say, certain areas to make sure that they say that Northeast District officers or any other area, just based off the data, is getting this training, prioritizing what areas are getting the training based on the calls that they're getting?
Well, I'm going to defer to the Operations Bureau and the Chief of Patrol's office on that. I think what you're talking is more about weekly crime plans and monthly crime plans, about what is the strategy having to do with a particular level or particular type of enforcement. So the guidance and training that the Compliance Bureau is going to be providing has to do with the entire cadre of offenses. But as far as a strategy on particular types of offenses, that's the kind of problem-oriented policing that is usually left to our community folks in the districts to help coordinate strategies and building out these kind of neighborhood approaches.
So I don't want him to get on the mic if he doesn't need to. I just want to know, are you prioritizing certain areas with the training, or is it just being rolled out straight across the board?
Well, the training is going out to all members. It's going out to all members. I don't know that we're prioritizing one district over another. The goal of redistricting is to balance out the workload. So going forward, we don't think that one district will be overly burdened with quality of life type calls more than another. That could happen, But I think the training is going out to everybody equitably so that everybody gets the same training and so we're all on the same page.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I had one more question, if I may. Thank you. It was, let me just say this, at the state's attorney's hearing last night, this is regarding out-of-state tags. You guys did a great job of telling me what you can do, what you can't do. But at the state's attorney's hearing last night, Chief Taka mentioned that BPD has, when faced with a question about out-of-state tags, obviously it's important to a number of my colleagues on the council because we're asking everybody about this problem. She stated that BPD has an aggressive LPR unit that is looking for vehicles that are not properly registered and that are not insured. My concern is that majority of these vehicles, they're uninsured, is what I'll say. And there have been a number of hit and runs where these vehicles with out-of-state tags, specifically VA tags, Virginia tags, are not staying on the scene after they hit somebody's car. So I wanted to know, can you or just someone on your team just outline how LPRs, the license plate readers, are utilized to combat the out-of-state tags uptick, specifically regarding Virginia tags, if you guys are using it at all? Because it was stated, when we asked about out-of-state tags, it was directed, hey, BPD does have this LPR unit.
Well, really quickly, I will say that we have two things. We have fixed LPRs, license plate readers around the city, and we have mobile license plate readers affixed to a number of the police cars, and there are some in every district. And there's some grant funding that we're utilizing to get a large shipment more of those to be fixed license plate readers so we can strategically put them across the city. We get license plate reader hits on stolen cars all the time, whether they're in-state or out-of-state plates. And we get hits on those, and many of our crimes are solved because of the license plate reader technology. But I'll let the leaders in our operations go maybe a little bit more specific about out-of-state plates. I don't know that that's the priority. It's usually stolen cars and tracking cars that we believe are used in the commission of other crimes.
And it's a tool it's an investigative tool that we use, but we aren't specifically targeting the out-of-state tags. The license plate reader will read them, but in order for us to make a car stop, we have to have a valid reason for pull the vehicle over. But it will be used like in accidents or shooting scenes. When our officers go back, they can pull the data from the cars. We have 5 cars in each district, 10 in MMU, and I think 32 fixed plus 3 mobile ones that we use throughout the city. And we can look at that data all the time. We talk about it every day on our crime calls. They go back and try to see if we got a suspect vehicle. We see what LPRs it could have possibly hit on to kind of track it. We can do the same thing with just about any tag, but we haven't specifically targeted the Virginia tags.
I appreciate the response. I have a follow-up just to that question. I did read your letter. It was a thorough letter about some questions that we had in preparation for this budget hearing. So I know that you have the 60 fixed LPRs for 8 to 12 sites. Do you guys already have you guys already planning where or know where these 60 LPRs are going? Or what the 8 to 12 sites are?
It's data-driven, and we use data to determine ingress and egress, how individuals are using certain roadways to come into and out of neighborhoods to help us best choose where we want to put them.
And I'm asking because I would love to see more on my corridor on Bel-Air Road.
Mm-hmm.
As a committee request, can you provide us with the fixed locations that you currently have where LPRs are located, if it can be broken down by council district? And can you also include the proposed locations for the 60 fixed new ones that you guys may be getting for the 8 to 12 sites that you mentioned?
And we do get input from our district commanders. We allow them to ask if there's a location that they would like one, and then we'll do pull the data to see if it's a viable location to have a.
I appreciate it. Can we get that as a committee request, just the items that I asked for?
I think there may have to be some consultation with the law department on the legality of doing that because that is a crime tool technology, but we're happy to give you a one-on-one briefing, or as many of you who would want a briefing. But I don't know that reducing that into a document and presenting it, I'd want to get some consultation on if that is something we can even do.
I have no problem with you dotting the i's and crossing the t's. So if you cannot provide, if our law department says that you cannot provide that information, the next step is, can we get a briefing for those who are interested?
Absolutely.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Schleifer.
Thank you. Commissioner, before I get to my second part, can you just talk a little bit about some of the relationships that you guys have been building with other law enforcement agencies? We spoke about the same thing with the sheriff's office, and I've seen you guys had some high-profile cases that you worked on with other agencies. So can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So we have very good relationships with all of our partners, and they're only becoming stronger. We work with our sheriff's department. The sheriff and I have regular standing meetings, and he and his department, they are a part of our deployment strategy. With school police, they are a part of our deployment strategy. We have regular ongoing meetings, and there are even meetings broken down at the district level. At the intel level, we have members of the school board police who are assigned to the warrant apprehension task force who are helping us execute warrants every single day. The MTA police, they're part of our deployment strategy, our intel sharing. And when it comes to state and state and federal agencies, we have great relationships, and there's a coordinating meeting that exists in my conference room every single month, where every member of every leader of every federal agency, to include the U.S. attorney, who actually leads the meeting, although it's in my office, and the state's attorney, who is now present in all of those meetings. And we go over every single investigation conducted by each agency and how we're synchronizing our efforts in the crime fight. And so one of the first goals that I wanted to start working on when I first joined the Baltimore Police Department is to make sure we have good relationships and all of us are working in sync together for the crime fight, that there's no silos and that there's information sharing, and that is happening. And I believe that is why we're seeing some of the success we're seeing. But you should know that we have very good relationships, and there's regular meetings, not just at the executive level, but at the operational level as well.
So I didn't know you guys were having those meetings, so that's very refreshing to hear. And the second part of my question, which you might have anticipated me going here, is how can we use those relationships and those partnerships to get rid of the open-air drug dealing in my district and the rest of the city, but piloting in the Northwest and then working your way through the rest of the city?
Well, I think the coordination of all of our efforts and all of our crime-fighting initiatives and efforts is all synchronized, whether it's in Northwest District or any of the other districts. I think it is so well coordinated now. You know, let me admit, we always want to do more. We always wish we could take on every neighborhood in every district. But there is some level of prioritization that we have to do. But it is so well coordinated that we're now having real-time meetings on which cases we want to take to state court, which cases we want to take to federal court, which cases the state's attorney and I agree shall go to the attorney general as opposed to his office. And that's the level of coordination we're having at the executive level. Although we meet at the operational level to talk about the X's and the O's, we're meeting in our office to really talk about which organization by name and, you know, are we focusing on? How long has the investigation been underway? When do we expect it to end? And then the thing I ask about, and when it does end, can we go to the community and tell them what we did? When it's a federal case, it's not always as easy as I just explained it, but yes, and that's why we talked about a takedown of an organization that we did today. And we talked about a takedown of a drug organization that we did recently, and we had a press conference with the state's attorney on that, and there's more of that to come. But the relationships are well coordinated.
We actually do have we're past the pilot phase. We're already into the investigation. So we have open investigations with DEA, ATF, Homeland Security, and ATF. All are open investigations that we discuss weekly to get updates on. Some have gone silent and they moved on to other areas. Plus, like the commissioner said, the AG's office, and then we also have task force officers embedded in WATF, and we use the U.S. Marshals. We just finished an initiative with them. They were a huge help last year with our arrest numbers and warrants. They ran several initiatives. So we're utilizing all our federal partners, and it's probably better now. Well, not probably, it is better now than it's ever been.
No, that's good stuff, and that's I'm glad to hear that, and thank you for convening those meetings.
Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to locate where in the budget we've been working with your agency for a while now on the establishing an arson registry. As you are well aware, it's been a challenge across the city over the last few years. I couldn't see where in the budget the funding for the necessary positions to operate that have been listed out.
So that would be part of the Criminal Investigations Division activity, service. And the activity would be under, I believe it's going to be Special Investigations, but CFO Graham, do you see where SIS would be?
Yeah, so the positions in the previous budget had their own cost center, but they were kind of decentralized in the organization. So you're not seeing it identified separately in the budget because that cost center no longer exists.
Yeah. But we can put together what those budgetary pieces are. They're folded into other activities now, but we can provide a detailed cost estimate based on the allocation for that section within CID.
For the
arson section within CID.
Okay, so you're saying the positions for to manage the arson registry are in some of these other activities, essentially? Okay.
Yes, the CID, the service, 623, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Would have that. We could break out the components of what are tied to the arson unit that would be responsible for handling that legislation, yeah.
Okay, that would be helpful as a request. Guess I'm the chair. Are you chairing? Okay, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you.
Councilman, run that back real quick, please.
So we're looking for a breakout. So in Service 623, there are supposed to be new positions to manage the arson registry ordinance that we passed, and I was looking for a breakout of where the positions are listed, within which activities they're listed. Apparently the staff are sort of spread out between activities, so just looking for a breakdown of where they are.
Yeah, it's located within Special Investigations section, so on page 235 of the budget, it's folded into 003, that particular activity, in 623's service. So there's multiple aspects of SIS. We just mentioned earlier sexual assault, child abuse. There's a host of those in this particular section, but we can parcel out the pieces that are associated with the arson unit and provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I want to go back to a little bit of the earlier conversation that we were having around GVRS, and not so much about GVRS, but really some of the increase in crime that we've seen in Northeastern. If you remember, I mentioned earlier that the Northeastern District once had 2 DAT teams, and I'm not sure when, I think it was around 2020, we decreased it to 1 DAT team, and we've been struggling with crime in the district ever since. I'm curious, do you know the timeline for when we made that decision? And
I don't know, but the deputy might.
Yeah, we made the decision in 2022.
2022.
Yes, the beginning of 2022. If you look at the numbers, the Northeast crime went down significantly in 2021. So as we moved into 2022, we didn't have the resources to staff 2 DAT teams in every single district, so we had to basically decrease some. And when we did that in the Northeast, unfortunately, they jumped back up, because I think we've talked about this before. 2021 was a kind of an anomaly for them.
It was a really good year.
Yes.
Yeah.
And 2022, this year, they're up a little bit more, but they're actually sort of almost on the same pace as they had been the years before 21 and the year, unfortunately, with 22 pace. But we do have, well, of course, redistricting is going to change a lot of things. So a lot of that area is now going to fall upon the Eastern, who does have 2 DAT teams. So we've looked at all this as we redistrict, and as we see where we might have to shift resources, and if we have the capabilities of adding a second DAT team. But that was the reason. It was clearly personnel.
I appreciate that. And I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that sort of logic. I think, so I'm curious, when we reduced the DAT team, what happened to those officers? Did that DAT team go to somewhere else, or?
Yeah, so unfortunately, so for both DAT teams, when we were looking at them, most districts were carrying, instead of the allotted 2 and 10 or 2 and 12, depending on 2 DAT teams, you had districts that were having, 2 and 3 in one squad and 2 and 2 in the other, and it just made no sense that operationally, as soon as something took place, as soon as some engagement happened, half the DAT squad was already, dealing with an arrest, dealing with submission. So we had to break them down into one solid team of 1 and 5, 1 and 6, to get it optimal, that you could make an arrest, you could be engaged and still have some presence on the street. What we did going forward was we were looking at the better utilization of our SWAT team, our MMU, our K9, Foxtrot, those other non-committed units that we could use to give some kind of suppression in those areas, and we do that every day. With the lieutenant colonels and myself, they've created the East Side and West Side Initiative. So what they've done is they've taken patrol officers and patrol sergeants and created basically a mobile team that they can utilize on the east side of the town as well as the west side of town, or put them all together and create a greater unit. So we've been trying to do more with less and work smarter in reference to supplanting certain crime suppression units in areas where they don't have those double DAT teams.
Interesting. It's helpful to know. And I'm curious, alluding to my questions earlier, did anything around staffing up GVRS or providing resources have any impact on that decision to not fully staff? Or we only have so many officers is my point here. And we know it's really hard to recruit more officers. So every time we put them into another unit, whether it's the mounted unit or the boat folks, it takes a pull on our resources. So in thinking about GVRS and thinking about the need to expand or the intention to expand, how do we do that? And how do we do that in a way that doesn't affect crime in other districts? I don't know if those things are associated. I guess that's what I'm asking.
No, I think what you said, I think it comes down to almost like a feeder system or a training camp, where you're talking about, and I'm sorry, sir.
No, I wanted to answer that. Scale for GVRS does not mean a one-for-one conversion. For example, X amount are in GVU now. We scale to another district, we add one-for-one in the same, we add 30 more people or 20. That's not what it means, but it does mean with limited resources, we have to retool and remission some of the mission of the existing resources in the district, the NCO officers, the DAT teams, maybe some of the detectives, so that they can support the GVU who's doing the work in that district. It doesn't pull them away. And what we've done is we've now made the district commander and the GVU commander co-create the plans, the mission and the plans for the DAT team and GVU, so that the DAT teams are not pulled totally away from the control of the command and all the things needed in a district that the district commander needs his or her DAT team for, but rather they co-create plans and co-create mission so that the DAT team is working in support of GVU. And that GVU is not just there doing the work without the support, but it's co-led and co-planned.
Yeah, I think while naturally DAT teams in the GVU unit will have overlap in that the DAT team is, of course, going to be focused on violence. Not everything that the DAT team does is necessarily violence-focused and may still have an impact on crime more broadly, even violence, without necessarily intending to do so. People who may be carjacking, even though I guess technically that is violence.
It is violence, but they would.
But that may not be the focus of the group violence unit.
Well, it's not the focus of the group violence unit unless the people committing the violence are also committing the robberies.
Exactly.
But yeah, so they're sharing the work together and doing the work together. And the DAT team has somewhat of a dual mission now, but the commanders are co-planning and co-designing and giving instructions to them. They still report to the district commander. It's just that we had to retool just a little bit on what the mission is going to be so that they can be in support of GVU, so that we're not scaling one for one.
Sure. I'll say this. Yes, we have limited officers, so every time we pull officers into a different strategy or whatever, it takes them off of something else. But even when we do split the DAT team's time, they can't do DAT team stuff that they were doing before. So that I'm not sure yet what that may mean to our effectiveness in other areas, and so I just want to be cognizant of that. And I don't know if we have ways of tracking that impact over time, but I appreciate
we
by
are
way of
tracking it,
prioritizing,
and I know in giving guidance to the commanders, I know we're tracking it because I know the commanders are always looking to see if we are holding them accountable for something they think we took away from them.
Sure.
And so we want to make sure that, the performance metrics have to change so that we can hold them responsible and accountable for what they actually have and what they actually do, not for what they're expected to do if they don't have the resources.
Yeah, and I want to commend both the commanders in the Northeast and the commander in the Southeast. Southeast is seeing similar increases in crime, and I don't know all the details of the Southeast, but they are seeing a similar increase in crime. I wonder, are we seeing any changes in resources to the Southeast? What do we know about what's affecting violent crime down there?
One of the things that was affecting the violent crime there was robberies, and then we had a couple areas that just jumped out on us, and they also have one district action team. They also saw a lot of success in 2021. But what we're seeing there is a lot of their shootings, or the district is so spread out a little bit, like you got O'Donnell Heights, and then you got down in the areas where, unfortunately, a lot of people were carrying guns, where some of these conflicts where somebody just gets into a fight, somebody's pulling a gun and shooting. Just like the other day, we had the one, the individual was at a party, pulled a weapon. Our people at the party basically wrestled it from him. The one victim went home, got a gun, and came back and shot 2 people. No amount of deployment is actually going to help that because it wasn't anything that we could have done about it. And that's the problem that we run into the Southeast, is that a lot of the areas they get hit, we don't have a lot of resources because it's not a historical. Now, Monument Street is part of the issue that we have there. So we deploy there, deploy our resources there. What we've done is we've moved the Eastern and the Southeast basically commingle in that geography. So there's no district boundaries. So that's what helped. And we also just recently moved a new captain there, and he's helped out with helping the major bear some of that burden.
So I know it sounds like from our theory, we expect that some of the problems that we're seeing in the Northeast will be resolved by redistricting, such that they may not necessarily need that second DAT team. I wonder if that is going to be the case as well for the Southeast. Will redistricting resolve some of those issues, or is just the problem here, and I'll wrap up soon, is the problem here still kind of going to exist because of the border and the Eastern District and the issues in the South?
Some of it will, but the issue, the Central is going to pick up a lot of the Fells Point entertainment district. So we got to make sure that we staff the Central, because they're going to have the harbor, Fells Point, they're going to have that whole entertainment area. So we're looking at all different ways to make all 9 districts successful with what they have. So the problematic areas aren't changing, it's just who covers it may be changing. And we just have to make sure that they know that those are the areas when we transition into two districts, two different districts.
And I'll close on this comment. But I think the chair made an excellent point about recruiting. We're spreading ourselves thin. That is just the nature of the present-day police department. But certainly recruiting both civilians and sworn folks, and as much as possible, making sure that we have the sworn folks on the ground is all we can do. So I appreciate you guys. I know you guys are thinking long and hard about it, and I am too, clearly. But thank you.
Councilman Cohen.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Commissioner and team. Do want to give a big shout out to Major Saunders down in Southeast. She is an incredibly hard charger. Stole her from my friend over here, but just works incredibly hard, communicates, awesome crime fighter, good person, deeply dedicated to the work. So wanted to publicly thank her for what she has been doing. I did want to ask, as we're thinking about this issue that we've had for the last couple of years down in Fells Point, we see it in Federal Hill, we see it, glimpses of it in the harbor, where you have large crowds come late at night, and it's a party dynamic. It's folks, DJs sometimes, it's open alcohol, it's marijuana all over the place. Folks are selling alcohol out of the cooler. It's sort of the same thing over and over and over again. Each summer we've seen it. Unfortunately, because we live in the United States of America, too many people have guns. And the result, with a lot of alcohol and a lot of partying and too many people in one place late at night, is shootings. And we've had multiple mass shootings, as you are well aware. I know that in New Orleans, with the French Quarter, my understanding is that there's a special tax. Tell me if I'm wrong. You were there. I wasn't. But there's a special tax on businesses that help support additional patrols down there. I wonder, with the shifting of Fells Point into the Central District, have we thought about just a more robust strategy for policing areas of our city where we see these large crowds that too often result in mass shootings?
Well, first of all, thank you for that. And yes, I have had the conversation with Downtown Partnership, Waterfront Partnership, members of the GBC, about the concept that we created in New Orleans, where in that tourist area, the business were self-assessed tax, right? Quarter-cent sales tax, and that quarter-cent sales tax paid for the state police to create a troop inside the city for 32 state troopers who were paid from that quarter-cent sales tax that they self-assessed themselves. I've had that conversation with them about that, and I've had that conversation with the state police about that under the previous superintendent in previous administration. And so recently, that conversation came up again about the possibility of a self-assessed tax that would pay for other law enforcement officers to be able to come in, whether it's outside other city agencies or the state police or private security, or a combination of all of it. And so the conversation came up. I don't know if there's been any in-depth research, but we have thought it out. We have put it out there for people to think about. And yes, but it really comes down to crowd control. Not just crowd control, but consequences. And, we have ample officers. Here we have ample officers who have been out there. And whether it's been the harbor, Fells Point, Federal Hill, and other parts of the city, and what we have seen that even with the appropriate deployment, individuals would commit an act of violence even right there where the police are standing. So it is about changing culture, changing mindset, along with having, but we do that through consequences. I'm a firm believer that we do that through consequences, and we have to figure out how to change the culture about why people want to carry guns and stop that, because that's the precursor to the shooting. But now with the return of issuing citations and the enforcement of minor offenses, quality of life offenses, you can look forward to seeing officers and sheriff deputies, by the way, looking to enforce those things that were not prosecuted before, thus forcing us into a policy of not arresting for it or not enforcing it. But now you see the return of the enforcement of that. I think you're going to see officers engaging in an attempt to dissuade people from committing those minor violations. The drinking in public, selling alcohol without a permit, and all the things you just listed. We want the behavior to stop. That's the goal. Whether the people leave and don't do it, or whether we issue citations, or if necessary, make physical arrests. Because we tried to issue the citation, and for some reason that did not work.
No, and I very much look forward to the citations returning in those areas. Though the thing you and I have spoken about in the past is what happens when the person refuses to accept the citation or refuses to present their identification. I think it's a challenge, and I think what you've said to me in these cases is we have to think about what's the last step. Is it the arrest, and are we prepared to go there when there's a limited amount of folks and there's a crowd that's already out of control? So I'll just end on this note, which is that I do think this requires a creative solution. Several of those districts are already paying for a bid, business improvement district. Several of them already have their own private security that they're already paying for. But I do think something like what you all did in the French Quarter makes some sense. And given that we see the same dynamic play out again and again and again, I would love to push BPD to work with those partners, the administration, and so on, to really try to figure out something that's a little more creative on this problem. And again, big shout out to our major down in Southeast.
You do realize New Orleans is quite different.
I do.
It is quite a different place, but yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to do one quick follow-up to my colleague from the 2nd District when she was talking about the license plate issue, the out-of-state.
Please be brief on the follow-up.
Yep, on the out-of-state tags. I asked that question last night, and so one of the other responses we got from the state's attorney's office was that it's difficult to pursue these people who are doing the illegal tags because it's hard to prove that they're a Maryland resident, which I find not convincing. So who's doing what about the out-of-state Virginia tags? Because Virginia doesn't care whether or not you have insurance or not, so they're issuing these tags, and my colleague explained all the issues with the tags, so I don't want to rehash it. Who's doing something about it?
Well, I think the police mandate is enforcement of criminal law. So we have to have the officers only have the legal authority to conduct a stop when they know that a law has been violated, whether it's a traffic law or whether it's some other serious law. But just seeing an out-of-state tag, whether Virginia or some other state, I don't know, gives us justification to conduct a stop.
I understand. Put that aside for a second. My understanding was that there were actually officers in the Eastern District that had a case that brought before the state's attorney, and it was the state's attorney's office said, no, we can't do this. So, I mean, we've got to do something about it. It's clear that we don't have a direction or anything on it, so I would ask that the police department and the state's attorney try to figure out how to address this issue.
We will have his executive team and my executive team meet regularly. We will ask the question and probe it and get the response back to you.
Can we, and we'll get something in writing on that?
Sure,
Thank
absolutely.
you. When's a reasonable time frame for that?
End of the month? Yes.
End of the month. Nate, you don't want to do that? Yeah. A brief narrative suggesting the way forward to deal with the Virginia license plate issue after the meeting between SAO and Police Commissioner, and due date of June 30. Please and thank you. Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you,
Real
Mr.
quick, the way the license plate reader works, the officer probably doesn't even see the majority of those Virginia tags that get ran on the LPR because it's running it so fast. And what it does, it runs the tag, and if there's a hit for something illegal, it'll start to give them an alert. and then they can look it up and look up the tag. So those run through so quick for the officer to actually see it. Now, he can run the tag.
I actually don't think that the LPN or the LPR is relevant to this. I think that there's something else happening, and I'm going to ask for the narrative, and then we'll go from there. Is that all right, Mr. Chair? Okay. So my question is the same question that I ask every year, which is, and I don't think anybody's asked it, getting the guns off the street and not even getting the guns off the street, just preventing the illegal guns from coming into the city. We talked a little bit about ghost guns earlier today, but last year you reported that you had 2 detectives working with federal and state partners to try to, deal with the illegal gun trafficking. And I'm wondering if that's changed, if there are more detectives that are addressing it. The ghost gun thing is, I think, a really hard thing to deal with, right? You can print it off the internet, you can order it off the internet. That's something that we're, taking cases on. But the issue with, making sure that our 16-year-olds, our 14-year-olds, our 13-year-olds aren't getting guns.
There are 2, it's still true what I said last year. It's 2 detectives working at the U.S. Attorney's Office, but are assigned over at the ATF building where they work. But we have more detectives who are assigned directly to ATF, working as task force officers and have federal credentials so that they can act just like a federal agent anywhere in America. And I'll let the chief or the deputy talk about the work that they're doing, but they're doing the work as agents, number one, trying to make criminal cases on people who are illegally bringing guns into the city, and they're working just like federal agents, and with those agents, we're doing that work.
And we have a CJIC unit, which has we're basically getting ready to add a sergeant to that unit. They have an analyst, and they have a detective, and we're going to add a sergeant to it so that they can start investigating some of these leads that come in from these cases. But we have tracked a couple of places where the mayor asks about this all the time. So we have tracked a couple, given him a couple gun shops that the guns have made their way into Maryland. Unfortunately, a lot of them come from our surrounding jurisdictions and aren't quite out of state, but there's a gun shop in Georgia and a couple other ones that he has the information, and that's how we track those. And we have to rely on our federal partners too, ATF, to tell us where the guns and the origin of the guns originate.
So I guess my main question is that we have been dedicating more resources to this issue by creating or having detectives go and work at the federal, they're paid by us, but they are also accredited by federal level to be able to do this work.
We have detectives who show up at the ATF every day and do the work, just working side by side with ATF agents to do that work. Yeah.
And that is more resources than we saw last year at this time.
Maybe about the same, because we have a shrinking department. We've lost people through attrition, but we're in an MOU with each of the federal agencies. So there's an MOU to keep staffing somewhat about the same. And so we're in agreement with them.
Oh, so there's a formal partnership that you have with them.
Yes.
To provide them with a certain amount of detectives for this work.
Yes.
The CJIC unit has gone up, basically, I could use percentages, it went up 100% from 2 to 4. But we did jump from the 2 officers two detectives we had when we did CJIC. We're adding the analyst was already there, but we're adding the detective, and we're going to add another sergeant. And we want to see if they need more information. Then we're going to start using some of our other units within our anti-crime section to start filtering out and following through with some of those other leads to see where the guns are leading us, because it's going to lead us right back to violence. So
of course, yeah.
Even though we're not adding people, we're repurposing some of the people that we have to start tracking some of the guns that we get the leads on.
Okay, yeah, that's really where I was going.
And we have a good number of guns that are stolen from other places right here in our city.
Oh, yeah.
And they're stolen from cars, and there's a large percentage of those cars that are actually left unlocked, and people are leaving guns in their cars.
Oh, gosh.
So that's another challenge that we're having, that a large number of guns are hitting the street from lawful gun owners who are just not responsible.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate that you're sort of rethinking some of the deployment, not necessarily in the city, but in terms of trying to figure out where these guns are coming from and try to get them not to come here, because we don't want them here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Torrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick follow-up to the citations before I ask my questions. So, God bless us. I just want to make sure when we're doing citations, these are not triplicates, correct? We're printing them out.
Not what?
Triplicates. So you get a copy, it's like the carbon copies. You get a copy, I get a copy, someone else gets a copy. Are we doing digital ones? I'm just making sure.
We're not, you mean as far as when we issue the citation?
Yes.
Well, there's got to be a format to do it, because if the officer writes one and just gives it to the individual, we've got to be able to get that to the state's attorney, and they've got to be able to set it onto the court date, and then the officer has to retain their copy. So I don't know if we're going to be able to do it electronically, or if we're going to have to use paper to start, but there's got to be at least 3 copies, one for the offender, one for the state's attorney, and one for the officer to retain. It's sort of like when you write a moving citation. Those go to the state and everyone else, but there has to be at least triplicate of it, either format, a paper form, or an electronic form, because the state's attorney has to know what's coming their way.
So I would like a briefing on like the real-time data, because what I'm fearful of is like, how are we actually analyzing not only for implicit bias of officers, the recurrence of an actual person that is an offender. So like we can real-time respond to make sure that we are compliant with our consent decree and that we're examining data. I remember getting a, what is the form that we used to get if you had an interaction with an officer? I remember getting those, but looking at the data to see how it was a lag in actually updating the data in the system.
Well, we're building policy with audit capability and correction in mind, because we have those very same concerns. Deputy?
Yeah, I mean, part of what we want to make sure is understood here is that our systems that we already have in place for field interviews and incident reporting and the like, all those enforcement actions, those are captured through our records management system. That will continue to occur with these citations as well. So it's not like the citation itself is the only source of that information, so that we can go back and audit that capability afterwards. Now, it will require our officers to have to fill out both the physical form and the form online. But again, as we start this program, we want to make sure we fully get around all different requirements and then develop a solution in the future that can take us digital. But that involves making sure we can have printing capability in the cars and a lot of other things that haven't been fully tested out yet. Because again, we haven't done this in several years. So we want to make sure that we're working through the processes that we can and then working to modernize those processes as we go.
I appreciate that, but I still got to understand the process, because I remember getting that same form in the lag and actually having to input it and checking against it. It was 2 months, right? So if we're going to do this new system and have a docket, I'm worried that like there's going to be a lot of people missing things, and there'd be that one person in the judiciary who loves to do a bench warrant for something that they just randomly thought they could do that day, right? And that's further pushing someone into the criminal justice system, because the state's attorney can't control if a judge issues a bench warrant for someone, right? For not appearing in court. So I just want to make sure that we are tight in terms of the processing, so that it doesn't land on the officer. It's a responsibility for that. The 8 looks like a 9, and the person came the wrong day, the day after when they were supposed to be there.
Right. Again, but we're already in consultation with the judges on issues like that. And we're actually working with them on a separate issue, but related, on cleaning up all of our warrants and making sure that really old bench warrants for cases that judges simply aren't interested in anymore are also looking to be dismissed. So that's something we're working in consultation with the state's attorney's office on, the judges on, and even have support from the public defenders on, to be able to make sure that we are focusing our warrants on the areas that we need to focus on. But for citations in particular, again, we want to make sure we try to employ as many effective methods on this and work to modernize it as we go forward.
Thank you. Now my line of question is going to shift district specific.
Wait, we're one question.
That was an immediate follow-up to the previous.
All right, we're done doing follow-ups. You got another question, Councilman, but we gotta keep our follow-up brief, so if there's a follow-up, it's gotta be a direct question, no statement, no comments. Councilman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councilman. Doing a lot of work with Councilman Costello in Jordan Heights in the Central District with Major Featherstone. We have two problematic corners. Transparent, the majority of the actual sales are happening at juveniles who are under the age of 16, who often are charged with misdemeanors, who often do not have to go to court because it's a backlog and they're missing their Hicks hearings, right? So they miss the 6 months, they're back out in the streets. My question is, how are we working with our federal partners? Because what we're seeing is the manipulation of young people to do the distribution, knowing that there's potential that they may be released again and do it again. Because what I'm saying is this, because I've had neighbors who are reporting to the Central District, providing footage that are being repeatedly threatened. We're making arrests, but the issue is that it's still the juveniles and their parents that are inflicting this harm on them.
Well, we work hand in hand with our federal partners, but let me be clear, the federal agencies do not prosecute minors. They don't prosecute minors. And likewise, federal agencies, when conducting investigations and come across minors, have to work with local jurisdictions because there's not statutes in the federal government to prosecute minors, and minors don't go to federal prisons. So that's a concern. Those are always things we are working with at the state level with the state's attorney, with the attorney general, because those cases are likely always referred back to some state court.
And that's where my biggest concern is in terms of enforcement, because so one of the things I would like to get a briefing on is look at the data in terms of our City Watch partnership in the Central District and how the footage is being pulled and how it's being used, just so that we can just have that discussion, because I think that the Central District is doing good work. I just want to make sure we understand a way to communicate to the public what we're doing in a way that's timely, because the captain and major have been excellent. However, I still, and I hate to compare, for my colleague Christopher Burnett to compare this, these are adults trafficking young people for purposes.
And specifically to that, I should have continued by answering that. Yeah, when it comes to adults manipulating minors to commit crimes so that they can elude and evade police. Now that's more, there's a conspiracy charge for that adults can fall into. I don't know that the minors fall into it, but yeah, we're aware of that, and when we find those cases, adults do get prosecuted for that.
And I would love to have that discussion about Druid Heights.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Want to go back to GVRS, but first, 3500 block of Holmes Street and 1300 block of West Fayette. Those are where the two shootings occurred today in the Western, 1700 hours. Regarding GVRS last night, we were told that there were, perhaps you can clarify, maybe this isn't correct information. We were told that there were 40, but now there are 30 sworn BPD resources assigned to the Western District on top of whatever the regular patrol constant is to support the GVRS initiative. Is that correct?
I think you're talking about the members of the group violence unit itself?
Yeah, GVU, yes, sir.
Yeah, they're not only assigned to, they're not assigned to the Western, they're assigned to GVU. So now they're splitting their resources between the Western and the Southwest. With expansion, they start to move. Now, what we're doing is we have to add about 6 more detectives back because we lost them to promotion, resignation, and a couple of them just transferred out. But right now there are 27 officers, detectives. That doesn't count the sergeant, the lieutenant, and the 9 sergeants. So it's about 37 right now. So it's right, once we get it fully robust, it's around 40 to 42 officers. But those are going to start being split between the Southwest and the Western. And the philosophy is, the strategy is we start to train the DAT teams in the districts that take over the investigations and do their own investigations, because basically they're working the same areas that GVRS is working. And as we move around the city, we're not going to continue to grow GVRS, so we're going to have to turn it back over to the districts to handle those areas and to follow up with those investigations. But just the enforcement is not the only part. You have to, once we do a takedown, it comes into Monty and everyone else coming in to do the victim services, the neighborhood stabilization, and all those things to stabilize the neighborhood once we do a takedown.
Thanks, Deputy Commissioner. So can you run back through the full staffing complement for GVU in general?
Yeah, basically what you have, if fully staffed, it would be for the group violence units. These are the enforcement, would be 1, 4, and 24. The outreach team will be 1 sergeant, and when I say 1 lieutenant, 4 sergeants, 24 officers. The outreach team will be 1 sergeant and 3 detectives. The intel team is 1 sergeant and 1 detective. The gang unit is 1 sergeant, 2 detectives. Group Violence Enforcement Division, who's assigned to the state's attorney's office, is 1 sergeant, 2 detectives. And the GORA, which is the Gun Offender Registry unit, is 1 sergeant and 2 officers.
So that's
Right, and a captain, obviously a captain and a major as well.
plus or minus 26 officers, 1 lieutenant,
Yes. about
9 sergeants?
Yes, sir.
And 6 detectives, 7 detectives?
Yes, sir.
All right, 7 detectives.
Well, they're all considered detectives. So you got, you got 24, was it 24, 27, 28, 30, 32?
What's it, can you just give me the total of detectives and then,
34 total detectives with, if you count all the units.
and that includes the supervisors, right?
No, that does not include supervisors.
How many supervisors?
1 lieutenant, 9 sergeants.
Okay, 1 LT, 9 sergeants.
That's fully staffed. We
And
are
34
short in
DTs.
the group violence enforcement units, we're short several detectives.
Okay, so we're at 1 lieutenant, 9 sergeants, and 27 detectives
Yes.
when we,
Yes.
full staffings.
Yes, sir.
And these individuals before GVU, these 44 resources, where were these located?
Well, 12 of them were already working in our anti-crime section, so they were just absorbed. They worked different parts of the city. They were just absorbed into GVU. The outreach team came from the Community Collaboration Division, so they came when partially when the Sergeant Feaster was in Community Collaboration. She came and fell under that. We did add a intel officer, and we added a sergeant that does the intel. The gang unit was already in existence, so they were just moved under GVRS. The GORA unit was already in existence. They were just moved under GVRS. And the Group Violence Enforcement Division, or the detectives that work with the state's attorney, those were already in place as well in another part of ACS. The only thing we added was about 12 detectives that we did a citywide posting, and we pulled them from different areas.
So the model is the GVU team comes in, trains up the DAT in that respective district, and then transitions out, and the DAT
Well, not so much train. They work hand in hand with the DAT team because they're working, whenever GVU comes in, they're usually working the same areas that the DAT team was working, because it's not a secret what areas are the most violent.
Sure.
So what they do is they provide other resources that the DAT team may not normally have, such as pole cameras, different additional vehicles, things like that. We have a lot of different things that we can add that they have resources. Plus, they have the partnerships of the U.S. Attorney, State's Attorney's Office, that our major and 2 majors from the districts, along with the GVRS major, can facilitate, and they work together. The goal is, as we move along into the rest of the city, the DAT team holds down those areas and continues to build their investigations every time a unit pops up. Once we do a takedown, we are hoping that all the extra resources that come in afterwards, that area is stabilized. We shouldn't have to go back and hit an area again unless it's built up over years. So those are, because they're historical areas. So those are the things that we do. It's not so much training, it's working side by side to facilitate the strategy as we move throughout the city.
So once you get the takedown, you start to transition down the GVU resources and move those to another district? Or that's the premise?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Once you have enough successful takedowns in the Western, you start to transition down the
Well, the transition's already started. We have an investigation, one of our first investigations taking place in the Southwest now. And then there's a timeline for us to move across the city. So the Western is doing really well. They've been doing it for a year. They were the pilot. Southwest, we got to get them trained up to and side by side with GVRS as we move across. So if we stay to the timeline, we'll move into the Central, but we're not going to completely abandon the Western. And I know Councilman Stokes had asked a question earlier about why not go from the Western to the two most violent districts, the Western to the Eastern. The reason we didn't do that is because in our consultation with the technical assistance individuals from Oakland, they did that, and they had a huge setback in their west side when they moved the resources, because they completely left their west side and went to the east side, and the west side spiked right back up. That's why we are moving it from side to side to side to get, you'll see as we move from the Southwest to the Central, and then to the Eastern. And the good thing with the Eastern, we are facilitating and encouraging all of our district commanders to start the violence reviews that we have in the Western. That's a joint violence review now with the Western and Southwest. So they can do the same things in their intel meetings that we're doing in the violence reviews every Tuesday. And the quicker and the more prepared they are when we move there, the better they are to be to accept the strategy and for the strategy to be successful.
I want to answer your question with a little specificity, if I can. The data supports moving, when we talk about scale, there's data to support where the next district should be based on violence, the amount of violence. The model calls for, when you talk about a takedown, when we finish an investigation, the model talks about the most violent group that should receive our attention. And we focus on the most violent group. That could be in this very same district. And so GVU is conducting investigations in Western, and now we're moving to Southwest. But if there is a group that is demonstrating violence and it's in the same district, we will focus our attention on that group as well. And so they can run multiple investigations. They can run multiple investigations as we scale to the next district. But the model is always about who's the next group that deserves our law enforcement attention.
Understood. I'm going to close out. Councilman Conway has a very, very succinct and quick follow-up, and then we're going to go to Councilman Schleifer's next up in the queue. I don't know if this thing's successful or not. What I do know is I understand the entire staffing complement for it, and we've got 44 sworn officers which have been dedicated to the Western District, which is a very intense supplement to what the existing constant is in the Western. And I'm going to be very curious to see what the results of this are as you start to transition it out. What I do know is that citywide it's not sustainable until we address the staffing shortages. And what I also know is that we're not going to be able to say with absolute certainty that GVRS is a success story until you actually pull out of a district and we see what happens and how the DAT handles it moving forward once most of those GVU resources have been transitioned out. It's my 2 cents. Councilman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My very brief question is how many groups can the group violence unit handle at a time?
The model calls for 2 per district. Usually what we do is each team, which is 4 teams, can handle an investigation. But we also have the districts that we are in can also handle investigations. So the DAT teams can handle investigations. But the model usually calls for about 2 per district as you move across.
Got it. So GVU team can handle 2, and that will be moving as we expand, and they'll be prioritizing the new district.
GVU, in a perfect world, would have 4, 1 for each team. Lots of times, because there's 4 enforcement teams, lots of times there may not be 4. They may need 2 teams to investigate one group that's incredibly large. Like the one group that we took down, I think, had 16 indictments. So we had 3 teams actually work on that for a good period of time because of all the legs that it was growing and going in all different directions.
Got it. GVU capacity for 4, and then the DAT has the capacity for one or two?
Usually one each. Probably only one by the DAT, because the district commander has other, for their second DAT, they may be using them for something else, but it's basically the same high crime areas and groups that are driving the violence in the district.
Got it. Thank you. Yes, sir. Burnett.
Thank you. Can we get an update? I know that there's been a lot of conversation about recruitment. One of the ways that we thought we could be value added here on the council, even in a small way, is expanding and building on the apprenticeship programs here in Baltimore. Can you provide an update on where the agency is with implementation of the Homegrown Heroes bill, which called for collaborative work with OEM, police department, fire department? So where are we with staffing and recruitment to fill those positions that the police department's required to in the bill, which I think should around 15 or so?
Thank you for the question, Councilman. I can tell you that we have been in communication with some of our other city agency partners. We're not quite there where we want to be. I can tell you we have approximately 83 different events that we're outreaching to this year, and many of those events, other partners are going with us to recruiting events, and we're still talking to other partners like the school system, the fire department, to work on that campaign, but we're not quite there, to be candidly honest with you. I know we do have cadets on staff now, and some cadets have matriculated through to the ranks of the academy as a trainee, but we're not quite there in terms of achieving our 15. It has been a challenge. One of the things that we have been working on in terms of being able to recruit our cadets, there's several impediments. First of all, we were administering a test that was a civil service test. That was a barrier. We've since removed that because we had to take a look at what were the reasons why we weren't able to attract and draw in our young people. One of the other requirements is to have a driver's license. That is another thing that we're working on now in terms of a partnership to be able to draw them in and find out if we can get them a driver's license while they're on the agency. So just some of the barriers that have predated, any of us have been part of the reason why we haven't been able to attract some of our young people to join the team. And so we're working through the removal of those barriers to do indeed just that.
And what's the timeline for assessing these policies, removing the barriers, and then as a quick follow-up to that, and I would say on the license thing, I mean, the fire department's figured this out. They've been allowing folks to get their license and providing some assistance with that internally to be able to remove that barrier. But I guess timeline for addressing those issues, and then who's overseeing that?
So to your first question, a timeline, I'd like to give you that in a follow-up because that's multi-stepped, if you will. So if I can gladly take that in a follow-up, I'll provide that. So who oversees it? So it's in partnership. It's two-pronged. It comes, recruitment and retention, of course, comes under the Administrative Bureau, under the direction Major Atis Brickus, but we also partner with the Academy, and that falls under Major Derek Loeffler, which is in compliance. We have regular coordination meetings and conversations about the who, what, when, where, how. For example, the Explorers program falls underneath of the Academy. Again, and then when you get to the level of cadet, we partner, but recruitment is the one going out to recruit and attract and retain those individuals.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I believe it goes back to Conway.
Thank you. My next question is actually about patrol, and one of the metrics for patrol is around the percentage of time patrol officers spend on proactive policing. I was curious, does this include foot patrols, and how's the rest of our patrol officers' time spent or broken out? So for the percent of time in the budget book, page 229, one of the metrics is the percent of time patrol officers spend on proactive policing. And I was curious if that encompasses and includes foot patrols, and then what is the rest of patrol time spent on?
So, we're looking at a model of, 80-20%. We want, 60-40%. We want the officers to be calls for service of 60%, but then 40% of their time in reference to proactive engagement, either informal and formal engagements, ad hoc engagements. So the idea is foot patrol is one of the metrics, as well as business checks, as well as directed patrols, yes. Incorporated within also that is the microzones strategy, where we want 3 times a day, at least 10 minutes or more, the individual post officers to be within those boundaries of that microzone.
Got it. I'll say this, and I think everybody here and not here would agree. We all want to see more folks on foot. I think it's one of the frequent refrains that we hear from folks in the neighborhood, getting folks out of cars. So, a really important metric, and I think something we'll continue to pay attention to. Also of note, in the budget, there's a note to a $1.1 million state block grant that supports 34 positions dedicated to foot patrols.
Yeah.
Is that new positions, existing positions, and what's the prospect of sustainability for that funding going
So
forward?
that funding has been in existence for years. That's part of a $7 million block grant to support community engagements broadly. That allocation in police patrol, I think, is what's funding the Inner Harbor unit positions specifically. But there are also NCO units that state grant funds. But that funds have been there, I think, for almost 10 years now. Yeah, and it has no signs of ever being
So it's just
pulled back. It's a state funding.
business as usual, essentially.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you. I'll hand off to Councilwoman Ramos.
And again, to your question about proactivity, I would direct you to page 9 of the Year 4 update. Talks about we did 70,000 foot patrols compared to 50,000 in 2021 versus 2022. That's almost a 40% increase overall.
Great. So, thank you.
Thank you. So a few weeks ago, someone saw me on TV talking about vacant properties, which is not unusual, right? And sent me a document that was authored by that particular person who works for the Department of Justice. And it is a document that talks about, it's one of several documents that are in a series that are on the DOJ website under community policing that are authored by officers in terms of strategies for community policing, right? It has all kinds of stuff relative to, foot patrols and addressing, various types of crime fighting. This particular document that he sent me was again written by an officer about the fact that community policing also includes eliminating vacant and abandoned properties, right? So the DOJ, I thought, I'm vindicated, right? They're saying exactly what I've said for a long time. The DOJ is clear about this. In my district, we're also dealing with this issue on the 3400 block of Old York Road, which is directly caused because there are 2 vacant properties there that we have, drug dealing and all of that. My colleagues can probably tell you all the sites in their districts where they have vacant and abandoned properties and drug dealing, right? We can put it on a map. My question is, I feel really strongly that we now have to, and I've always felt this way, we actually have to have a coordinated strategy, which I think is what the neighborhood policing plans are supposed to be, where we're utilizing all of the tools related to community policing, including addressing vacant and abandoned properties. But I need your help. We have to put more money into doing this. It's going to take money. And your advocacy for this is going to be super important in terms of not just going with what the 2 neighborhood policing plan areas are, and I guess we're going to expand into 2 more, which is what the director told us yesterday. But frankly, this should be just par for the course. It should just be par for the course, right? You all seem to be spinning your wheels like a hamster because you've got vacant properties everywhere and you still have the same problems, right? I mean, that's just clear. So I guess, you know, what I'm looking for is just, you know, making sure, maybe this is a question for the city administrator, but making sure that we're coordinating on all fronts and making sure that we're adding more investment into this area so that we're I mean, frankly, I don't think we're going to make any progress on anything relative to crime fighting unless we're dealing with the vacant properties. So I think we just need to be more obvious about it, and I would appreciate, I think, Commissioner, you often talk about it in your, you know, I don't have a TV, but I see it online. But I just feel like we've got to be very, very diligent about it. The DOJ says that addressing vacant properties is part of community policing, period, end of story. And so I just want to make sure that we're all working through this, and, you know, maybe Commissioner or City Administrator can talk about the fact that, you know, the only budget that's increased in dealing with vacant properties has been the ARPA money. And so that we have to come up with more additional resources and capacity to be able to address this issue.
Your question, just.
I would just want to hear from the city administrator or from the commissioner, and just hope that the commissioner will also commit to continuing to say that it is diligently and importantly, not just changing of the culture, but the fact that we've got to address these vacant properties, period, end of story.
I have always said, you'll continue to hear me say it, and we, you know, the officers on the ground doing the work are calling in 311 requests. Many of those are about vacant houses and abandoned houses. And so we don't disagree that it is a huge problem that contributes to crime, all types of crime. And so we understand and share the concern.
As to the commissioner's point, so year-to-date in reference to the 311 dashboard, that's 1,700 SROs in reference to vacant properties so far by BPD. So we are
Citywide or just in Eastern?
citywide.
1,700 year-to-date?
And as part of our community policing plan that was published in 2021, we talk about daily problem solving being a strategy for that on-the-ground engagement. And we literally say that these problems can range from minor disputes between neighbors to high-risk environmental conditions. And that's, again, speaking to that exact problem and being able to identify that as how to see the underlying cause. And that's something from which we train our officers on about that problem-oriented policing model. So we agree with the DOJ's approach. We agree it's our approach, and it's what we're training our officers on in our 2021 community policing plan that we put out.
Yeah, I would ask the city administrator to maybe comment on the priority that's being given to this.
So I think at yesterday's hearing, Monsi talked about some of the work that they are doing in partnership with BPD as well as DHCD around crime prevention through environmental design. I think the Monsi director raised that. So I would say that it is absolutely a top priority of this administration, and we concur with your assessment about how the environment and the built environment does impact some of our crime prevention efforts. And so we will continue to do that work and continue to forge those partnerships. I want to acknowledge the work that BPD has done. They talked a little bit about the number of SRs that they are submitting in the system. They are boots on the ground, right? So oftentimes they are seeing some of these issues before some of our agencies are able to see issues. And so we rely on BPD and the partnership that we've been able to forge, where we have officers that when they see things, they're putting them into 311, including some of the issues at some of our vacant and abandoned housings. So we'll continue that partnership, and we are very much committed to seeing our efforts around this crime prevention through environmental design work.
Thank you, CA Leach.
Can I follow up, please?
If it's very quick and on topic, please.
It is on topic. I just want to be able to have everybody singing from the same song about the fact that, you know, it is one of the top priorities of our city. I actually don't hear that as much.
She just said that.
well, she said the crime prevention for environmental
she
design, not necessarily vacant properties.
If you,
Yeah, vacant properties is one of our top priorities in this administration. And I think that is also
if we
evident-
tell these
Oh.
folks what we want them to tell us, they're just going to tell us that, so we go home. I'm not trying to be
Can I wrap up my remarks?
CA Leach.
I was just going to say, I think that is also evidenced by, the fact that we took $100 million of the ARPA funding that we had out of $641 million, and that is where we put it towards, is the housing crisis that we're facing as a city. And so I think that demonstrates how we are very much committed to really addressing vacant and abandoned properties. And I think that is just one piece of the puzzle. I think what you will see from us is a bold, coordinated, innovative strategy to really tackle affordable housing, vacant and abandoned properties, and look forward to continuing to work with you on that.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, how does command staff determine and evaluate whether department policies are being followed and the extent to which they're effective?
I didn't quite clearly hear the.
Let me run that back
First
once more.
part.
How does command staff determine and evaluate whether department policies are being followed and the extent to their effectiveness?
Well, I think that's a supervisory function that we ask questions about in CompStat and make them report out on what we're seeing. And what tells us that they are doing that is, while citizen complaints about use of force are down, and we're seeing a reduction there, what we're seeing is an increase in supervisory-initiated complaints where supervisors are observing officers either committing violations or failing to do something or performing poorly, and then taking the disciplinary action against the officers based on their observation. We're seeing an increase in that. So that gives us some idea that supervisors, the culture is shifting where the supervisors are now taking more action when they see officers either underperforming or doing something wrong. It's something that we ask about in CompStat every single Thursday, where we challenge commanders about what they do about the officers following policy, whether it is consent decree related policy or whether it is regular policy about the performance of their duties. And we make them demonstrate to us not just that they think they know the answer to the question, but they actually know that the officers are doing the work and doing it properly.
Thank you. Do we have departmental guidance addressing the overarching question?
Short answer is yes. All of our policies talked about.
Short answer is good. Thank you, Chief.
The short answer is yes, and it's written in every single policy that there's an audit function, and that's performed by the performance standards section within the Compliance Bureau to do audits on a regular basis, to do assessments to ensure that we're compliant with policy.
And those audits are required to be documented?
Yes.
Okay. Can you send me 3 random examples at your leisure, please?
Absolutely.
And can you get those to me by call of business Friday?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councilman Schleifer.
I'm good, thanks.
Councilman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things noted in the budget book was the percentage, it's one of your performance measures, the percentage of homicide warrants served, and we hit 100% this most recent year, which is excellent, great. Historically, we have lagged a little bit around the 90% range, and it made me curious, where are we with serving warrants more generally? I would love if we have available a breakdown of the warrants served by year over the last 5 years by type. Is that something that we can provide?
Looking back to my data-driven strategies direction to see if that's possible to provide warrants of a type. If you could put your request in writing, we could see what we could provide for you.
Sure, I'll make sure that I'll make sure to pass it on. So warrant served by type for 5 years.
Hey, good evening. The challenge with warrants served by type is that really the warrant, when we serve the warrant, unless it's for a VOP, it's for the charge on the warrant. So we're serving the warrant for robbery, and the arrest is put in for robbery. And so currently we're using the fact that that warrant has no arrest location as our stand-in for this is a warrant, which is not a super way to do it. So we are using a warrant like a tracker, right? But that has not been implemented That's
Can you
only,
explain that one more time?
Sure.
Why the address, why does that matter?
Basically, when we have an arrest location that is missing in the data, right, that is what we say, okay, that's a warrant because it's not, they're picked up for a previous charge. But like the absence of data is not a strong enough reason for me to believe that, right? I mean, I want to make sure we're not just missing addresses for arrests, right? I mean, it is the case that all of the, while all of the missing arrests, all the warrants are missing arrests, not all missing, sorry, all warrants are missing addresses. It doesn't mean that all missing addresses are warrants, right? So I want to be clear about that necessarily.
All warrants are missing addresses.
For arrest location, correct.
For arrest location doesn't mean we didn't serve the warrant, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, yeah, what I'm saying is correct. And what I mean is I want to make sure that we've instituted another program that we've built in-house that officers who are trying up these warrants, who are serving them, are entering them separately as well to make sure that we're documenting them. And we don't have, I have to look back and see how far back we've started that. It's been the last year. Well, yeah, it's recently. So it's within, I would say probably 6 months. So I don't know if we'd have the clarity of the data for the year-long purpose, but I can give you whatever we have.
Interesting. So just for clarification, when we say that we hit the 100% mark in our performance metric, you're saying that that's...
So just to be clear, the homicide warrants are handled by WATF.
Okay.
So the other huge bucket of warrants, as the Deputy Commissioner alluded to, which are all the warrants that go back many years, they're in the pool. Those are handled by patrol officers in the districts. But these high sort of priority violent warrants are handled by WATF, who do their own tracking.
Okay. This has gotten way more complicated than I thought it would.
Tell me about it.
So part of the challenge that we're facing is that a lot of our systems are not up to date, and we have a lot of old warrants. And again, part of what we're already moving forward on is a huge cleanup project that helps us get a better handle on what the active number of warrants are, how many have been served, to be able to provide the kind of data you're talking about.
Sure. What I'll say is this. Regardless, I would still like the data, and please caveat it until the end of days.
We will give you what we have,
Yeah.
but please bear in mind that it is a challenge to accurately represent it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had a lot of questions about DVRS, and it's a new program, so obviously we need to scrutinize it as much as we can, to make sure it works. So I do respect my colleagues in doing that. I believe that it is working. I'm certainly not an expert, but I don't know that we've asked you directly, and so I'm going to ask you directly. Do you believe in this program? Do you think it's working?
I do. I do, because it does two things. It's built on a 5-pillar system of prevention, intervention, enforcement, rehabilitation, and reentry, and it touches all 5. It does two things. It brings the full weight of local, state, and federal law enforcement for enforcement for those who do not want to change their life. But it also does the other thing that in addition to enforcement with consequences, which is the biggest deterrent, it also changes or works and seeks and aims to change the life and life conditions of the individual so they don't choose crime in the first place. Both have to happen for a reduction. It is how all the cities that have sustainable murder reductions have done it. It's focused deterrence is the scientific name, but I absolutely believe in it. I have lived demonstration and lived experience in New Orleans, where over the 4 years when I was there, we saw it work, and we got that model from Oakland. We looked at Kansas City and Boston and where it originated, and those cities that did it and did it well, the model was modeled after those cities. We're modeling it after the same city. So I do believe in it.
And he wrote about it in the 2019 plan that was produced in July of 2019 about the importance of it being a core strategy for violence reduction. So we've been talking about it since we've arrived in Baltimore.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, I've heard you talk about this publicly on a number of occasions. Can you walk us through how we can get more patrol officers out of their car and walking in neighborhoods?
Absolutely. It is a concern that I have because I hear that complaint from every corner of the city. and from citizens in every neighborhood. While we have demonstrated that we have more proactive work and we're doing more foot patrols, that we still hear complaints about officers in cars. It is a supervisory function that I challenge the leadership team to ensure that we go out and inspect, that supervisors are out there checking to make sure officers are doing what they're supposed to do, out on foot, engaging, getting to know people, doing the work of community policing, doing the work of deterring, enforcing, especially when you see violations being committed right there in front of you. You know, we want them enforcing, and when not enforcing, we want them engaging. I will say that the very thing we are asking the officers to do, and the very technology that we have bought and built for them, actually makes them have to be in the car. So they're writing the police reports on the computers in the car. All of the technology from the license plate reader hits, all of that is pumped right to the computer in the car. Now, we don't want them in the car if they're not writing those reports, but the handheld device we get, the phone we give them, the handheld device, and the computer, the mobile data terminal in the car, is where they're doing all the work. The reports are written to keep them from driving back to the station to do it the way we used to do it. They can do those reports right from their handheld phone. So, you know, we get complaints, I just see the officer on his phone. Well, the videos from the CCTV camera, they're looking at that from the phone and doing all of that. So it's a balance. We want to make sure supervisors are not just checking on officers, but compelling them to do their job, get out the car and do their job. And when they're in the car, they should be doing the things that require them to be in the car.
Are we at the appropriate balance for the amount of time that officers should be out walking the street?
No, I think we can do more. We absolutely should have officers doing more of that.
We've been talking about this for 4 years now, so raising the concern, not sure why we're still talking about it, but we are. Would appreciate some updates from your office as to what we're doing to finally correct this. I have no further questions. Councilman Conway.
I've just got one. The issue that shouldn't be an issue, local control.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys been in any conversations with the Office of Equity and Civil Rights regarding anything around local control or putting out your powers within the city charter?
Not as of recently, no. You know, we fully support local control.
I think we all do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ramos.
One last question. I had asked for a chart similar to what you have for the consent decree for accountability regarding the JHU police. I don't have that. I'm actually going to you all for all the information about the JHU police since you all signed the MOU. So I had asked for what their implementation strategy is, how they're going to follow it, how they're going to do their trainings, all of that. I have heard nothing from them, but most of the time because I'm asking you, because I'm not going to ask them. You signed the MOU with them. You will be ultimately responsible.
I don't disagree. In fact, I had a coordination meeting with JHU just today, earlier today, about some of the provisions of the MOU for which requires cross-coordination. As soon as we get some of those details finalized, I will speak to them and make sure that we can provide a response to you. Again, we are signatories to that, so I'm happy to provide whatever information that BPD can. Keep bearing in mind that some of them are JHU internal questions that ultimately we can ask them to share with you.
So I can expect that in the next quarter, in the next 3 months?
Yeah, we could do something before the end of August.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Did you get that? Nate, did you get that?
Nate, do you have
Thank
that?
you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question quickly?
I may not answer it, but you're welcome to ask
Yes,
it,
sir.
Michelle.
Fair. I do take notes on the items that you are asking of us.
One thing, this year, the Council President's Office, the Mayor's Office, and Finance are jointly tracking those. So we've got everything in a spreadsheet. So either Nate or Nina likely, someone from Nina's team is going to email you the list of requests, who they're from, what they were, when we've asked for them to be due by.
Okay, because some of them, it seemed like were due very quickly, so I don't want to miss a deadline.
Yep, so Nina will get those over to you by tomorrow. Is that good, Nina? And then if there's any of them that if you could please take a run through the list tomorrow, and if there's anything you can't meet the deadline on, if you could respond to Nina, and I'll be on that thread, and Nate and someone from BBMR, and just let us know which ones you don't think you can meet, and propose revised timeline, and we'll circle back ASAP. Mr. Commissioner, I want to thank you and your entire team for being here tonight. Want to especially thank Major Jeff Featherstone, Captain Paul Sinchak in the Central District, as well as Major Sam Hood, Captain Latanzi in the Southern. Want to thank Michelle Wurzberger and Andy Smullian and Aaron Murphy and Shannon Conway, because those are the folks from headquarters that we deal with on a very frequent basis. And I don't know anyone who has anything but glowing things to say about the four of those people. They somehow find a way to make BPD look good every single day. I also want to take a moment to thank the women and men who serve this city, put their lives on the line every single day. You could not pay me enough to do the job that they do every single day, and it's deeply appreciated, especially in the challenging environment that we find ourselves in right now. C.A. Leach, want to thank you for being an absolute trooper this entire budget week. You've been incredible to work with. Really appreciate it. Thank you to Deputy Mayor Barksdale, as well as the other deputy mayors, for sitting in on these hearings. I want to thank the government relations team. That's you, Kimberly. Kimberly and Nina, I got you. Want to thank Bob Seneme and Laura, as well as Mara. The entire team from BBMR has been nothing but supportive during this process. I think we've had a very productive week, and very proud of what we've been able to accomplish this week. Want to thank my colleagues, everyone who's watching at home. I also want to take a moment to thank Sebastian Sadie from my office, as well as Dexter Lacame and Nate Poole, who put hundreds of hours of work into putting this together. Is there anyone I missed, Mr. President? And the most important person, who I'm going to be taking out to Capitol Grill or wherever she would like to go when this is over, Marguerite Curran, staff to the committee. Mr. President, did I miss anyone?
So I came out to say thank you to the chair. I think this has been a phenomenal budget hearing process. Obviously, the budget is not over, and we don't want to make light that it is. Appreciate you, Mr. Commissioner, as well as the police department, for sitting through it and being here. But again, Mr. Chair, great job. I think we held the decorum and the professionalism that I've strived to continue to have, not just throughout the budget process, but the entire council at large. And I think that we had very substantive hearings, really hard questions, some back and forth, a lot of late nights. You guys don't realize, but this is pretty early night in comparison to probably about 3 other nights that we've sat here. So I wanted to come out to just say, Mr. Chair, thank you for doing a very professional process, allowing, again, our questions to be answered. To the administration, it's not always easy to just take a barrage of questions back and forth and all the demands that the council have. I think you've been very responsive as it relates to providing us some of the feedback that we've asked for. Obviously, this is a new process for us all in 125 years, but we get a chance to kind of do it right. And I think that on both sides, we've been getting it right so far, and I look forward to continue to getting it right. And then lastly, BBMR, Laura, you've been nothing but a stellar knockout job as well. So, Mr. Chair, thank you.
And thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership throughout this week. Committees, before we go into recess, please be sure to bring all of your belongings with you. Take them home or wherever you found them. We're going to go into recess in a minute, but the committee will be reconvening. That date and time will be posted on the council website Faith obviously will be in, CA Leach will be in touch with your team. Amendments are due per the memo that the council president and I issued by tomorrow at noon. Look forward to continuing to work together. Now in recess. Thank you.